3.
Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Oh, we can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening, come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Welcome in.
Top of the afternoon to you.
Top of the something.
Top of the something. No, definitely not freezing.
I feel like I know you from somewhere. Like I just ran into you somewhere recently. No?
Yeah, I was that crazy chick.
Somebody else?
That crazy chick that as soon as I got there, y'all, okay, here we go. Just gonna let it out because this is what I do. My bra broke as soon as I got there. I was like, oh, my bra broke. And so, I was very lopsided. Remember that? Yeah, I was very uncomfortable. But it made it through the sentencing, and that's all that matters. It was the very next day. So, but I got a new bra and everything's grand. So
it all worked itself out.
It's all even and balanced and just normal. Not so anyways.
Let me tell you. You gotta watch that portal. That portal will even snap your bra.
Oh man. I think it's like inverted and yeah, it's really crazy. What about your portal? Is it in your closet? Or do you carry
my bra's fine. Like it didn't snap.
Damn. It really sucks. And I had I had 2 of the same bras bought them at the same time. And so I realized that it's just like when your blinkers go out on your vehicle, when they start ticking or blinking really fast, you might as well change the other tail light too or whatever. And so same thing. It's the day before we left here to go to Phoenix, broke. So I was like, okay, I still have this one, and then it made it till the day after sentencing and then it broke. And so here we are. And so now you know what I know. Okay.
If you know, you know.
Exactly what you came here for. I'm sorry.
All
Also,
the inside
if you can
details.
relate, please let me know. Tough being a girl, man. It really is. Not a girl, man, but a girl. Yeah. It's going to be one of those days now.
All the things.
Yeah. So I have been chomping at the bit, y'all. I have not been able to schedule because we got here yesterday around 4:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had to basically drive the entire way back, but without Jason, switching out or whatever. And Anyway, so it was a long trip. We did pull over. I just pulled over in a hotel parking lot, and we just laid there for a little bit and got a little bit of rest and finished it out. And I was like doing all kinds of things just to entertain myself because Jason slept most of the way back. He didn't feel good the day after the sentencing, and then till we got home, I was like, oh, so that's too much alone time in my mind, me, the road, and my mind. And so I couldn't wait to like come talk to you guys, and because I wanted, unfortunately, I got to see Lori's face at the sentencing, and it said a lot. And I know that not everybody wants to hear it, but for those of you who are just curious, if you're like me and you just can't look away, it's like a bad car wreck or something, you're just rubbernecking. It's just interesting the things that she did react to. And yeah. Also, on our way up to Phoenix, there are those US Border Patrol stations, okay? And I mean, that's the first one I saw, and it was I want to say almost in Arizona. So New Mexico, almost in Arizona, maybe just in Arizona, whatever. So we pull up to it, it's nighttime, and I haven't traveled anywhere in a hot minute. And if I did, I went by plane. So it was like, okay, I thought it was just a way station. I don't know. I didn't know what it was. So, or a toll booth. And we get up to the guy, and I had money out, and it's a border patrol agent. And I was like, he was like, I don't even know what he asked, something about what's your business here? Is it American? I guess. And I was like, yeah. And then I was like, wait, where are we? Like I really was like, did we go south, on accident? And
You took a left turn at Albuquerque.
he was like, do you have your visas and everything to get back in? And I was like, what? I mean, like everything dropped, and I was like, oh my God. And he was like, I'm just kidding. And oh my God. Got her. He got me. And I mean, it's funny. It definitely made an impression. So yeah, I'm glad people have a sense of humor. Excuse me. I gotta go cough.
No, just got to go cough. He's just messing with her. Just messing with her. That'll wake you up, though. Wasn't it Bugs Bunny that took a left turn at Albuquerque? And then that was the whole Bugs Bunny cartoon with the bullfight scene and the matador.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I still have to cough.
You guys made good time getting back, though. Like way faster than on the way here.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah. That's whenever he started out driving on the way there. And so I was like, okay, I'll be able to work on my victim impact statement on the way. I'll better just do what I do. And then Jason, we realized how bad his eyes were. He had just went to the eye doctor. He's going to have to go see a specialist. This was before we left. And I mean, he has diabetes, and he's had a stroke or two. He had 2 strokes in one day. And just all these health issues, and it deteriorates your eyes. Diabetes is known for that. And plus you get older, all the things, the screen time. So he's like, babe, I see 7 lanes. And I was like, pull over. No, pull the hell over. And so I drove majority of the way there. But I didn't have that in my mind. Like it wasn't set in my mind. Like
Right.
That's not how it played out. That was not my expectation. So I was just very aggravated on the way there too. Whatever. And so I was like, I'm not about to die or, kill any of us trying to get there. I'm not trying to go 80 and where there's deer. I'm not trying to do it. So I just took my time and
Yeah, the mindset makes a difference. So I knew when I started out from Indiana, it's like I'm driving all 25 hours. There's nobody going to
yeah,
be switching off with me. So I'm just
yeah,
going to drive till I'm tired.
that's
Or
it.
and I drove all 25 hours straight. Like I
Oh
never got
man,
fatigued or exhausted, but it's not going to go that way on the way back. Plus I have some detours. I got to go
I
through
was so
curves.
bored.
Yeah.
I just was like doing. I mean, I was just in my, bottom your bottom hurts. It was screaming. I couldn't wait to lay across my bed and just be on my stomach for a little bit instead of my rear end. It's
Yeah.
yeah,
I got so bored I was playing like 90s alternative soundtrack. I was doing like Rage Against the Machine, Soundgarden.
that's good stuff, man. Black hole sun, you know. Oh yeah. I seen I couldn't really do that because we had the little one in the back, so and then Jason slept the whole way back pretty much. I mean, he didn't feel good the day after the sentencing, which is when I went and saw you and Trace and Caitlin. And so it was me and Silas. And then whenever, we left him at the hotel so he could rest up and then went back and he was still sleeping. He just this is how he gets sometimes, he just hadn't been like that in a while. So it was just, he was like, oh, I don't know what's wrong with me. And I'm like, well, your body is saying rest. Um, it is what it is. And I mean, because we trucked it sentencing day to court, we parked in that parking garage that's across from the courthouse, kind of third floor. And I mean, we were booking it. I met Nancy Joe in the elevator. I was like, she was wearing red. I was wearing red. And red signifies the second coming of Jesus Christ, by the way, for those of you who don't know. But she was wearing all red. And she was pretty, and I was like, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And just, it was good to meet her, but it was very quick. And she was like, no, I mean, y'all are 30 minutes early. I was like, oh, but I still didn't trust it. So poor Jason, I mean, he has a hard time walking, much less sprint walking. And, but that's probably why he was so damn tired. So, but he did
That'll
good.
do it. Yeah.
We got there and we went up to whatever floor and there was a line like zigzagged, and that's when I'm at the very end of the line. We just kind of stood there outside the courtroom and I met Tom and Susan. And Susan, she was like, she ran up to me, and she ran up to me and I accidentally hit her boob. And I was like, well, why don't I just fill you up first? And anyway, so I have to make things really awkward. I'm
Yeah.
just like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. When I saw you afterwards, we had a hug and it was awkward. Right.
Yeah.
I don't even know why. It's like, I don't know.
Say that again, because I was reading that. I'm sorry. Yeah. He told me that too.
Oh,
He was sad. So he's
yeah.
sad, but just go through the emotions. I try to teach him to express himself instead of hiding emotions and covering them up, trying to mask them. So I'm glad it was good for him too. I really think so. He didn't get to go in the courtroom, thank God. I didn't know. We didn't check either. We just brought him. And but him and Jason sat in a room. I don't even really know. I guess like an overflow room, but I have no idea. They were gone by the time I got out too. Jason didn't feel good, so he went to the truck before I even was able to make it back to him. And there was like a detective that brought Silas to the vending machines, and they were just treating him really good. And I'm glad. So yeah, it's important to teach our kids to feel. I think in a world where people have zero empathy, feeling is okay.
And I mean, and it's one of the generational curses that we all grew up with. I grew up with, my dad grew up with, his dad grew up with, is you
Mhm.
don't suppress, you don't recognize things, you suppress them. Like if you feel emotions, you're weak. Or if you
Mhm. Yeah.
recognize that you feel emotions, you're weak.
And that's so, it's a stigma, not a stigmatism. Anyways, yeah, it's not a very good one either. I think it's good and healthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jason cries all
I
the
think,
time.
yeah, I think in that regard, I think our society has evolved a little bit. I
Yeah.
think it's okay for men to recognize that
Mhm.
they feel emotions now.
I think so. Well, hey everybody. I'm sorry. I've missed y'all so much. I really have. I couldn't wait to like there's so many things I wanted to talk about that I've been watching, just like with everything else that goes on in this case. I go and watch all the people, all the things and the interviews and it just makes me think of so many things. Um and I don't know where to start except I mean, yeah, so I guess we got to the end of the line and then I text mom and she was like,
So you
"Mom,
lined up on the end of the line, like where the public was waiting to get in?
yeah, I didn't know where to go." And I was like, we had just trucked, I don't know how far, really fast. And I have to give this to Arizona because we have a lot of humidity here and I sweat just walking. I mean, I could just take a shower, walk outside to the truck, come back in. And I mean, I'm like, why did I even fix my hair? What was the point? And it stuck to my face, my neck. But Arizona, I mean, we did that whole speed walk all the way to the courtroom, up the elevator, upstairs, and barely broke a sweat. I was like, I can deal with this part, but it is too damn hot. It's too damn hot. You can't even think or breathe. The sun's too bright. I'm just, whoa. It's very bright and hot.
Yeah. Yeah. By the end of the day, I was soaked through all of my clothes, like, and I was
Yeah.
dehydrated. It,
I got some of that transference when we came out. We hugged, and I was like, "Oh yeah, thank you. I just had a baptism."
uh,
Yeah, it was Joe.
yeah. Joe was in the
um,
sun. Joe
it
was
reminds
sweaty.
me of that movie with, oh my gosh, Ben Stiller, and they're playing basketball, and I don't know, he's playing basketball with his friend on the basketball court in the city, and his friend he don't have a shirt on, and he's got a hairy chest, and he like his head, and I'm just like,
That's what you
"Ugh."
associate me with. That's
Well, no, just that feeling, that whole scenario. Anybody, I don't care who it is. I don't. When I'm hot, I don't like to touch. I don't like nobody to touch me. Like, don't touch me. Don't get in my space. Like weird, weird things. Yeah, I don't know how y'all do it. I really enjoy the cold weather, the cool weather. Um, I'm not I'm not down for summers. I like spring. I love fall and I love winter because fall and winter are pretty much the same thing. Fall, winter, and spring are pretty much the same thing here. So
yeah, not in Indiana. Winter is not fall or spring.
what is it? Winter?
It is. It's
What?
cold. It's cold and snowy for weeks and months on end.
Hmm.
So actually, last winter I did spend in Santan Valley, which is East Valley, east of Phoenix, and it was perfect. It was like 75 to 78 highs during the
Mm.
day, and it would get down maybe low 50s at night. That was
Yeah,
perfect.
that sounds nice. It
Yeah.
does. Um,
But now it's 111. Like literally right now, this very second, it's 111 degrees.
Make a wish. And what I tell you, it's 92 here. I was watching the temperature gauge go down. I mean, or whatever you call it. What do you call it? Thermometer go down on the. It was like 106 when we left, and then it was like 82. I was like, thank God, we're getting closer to home. There's grass, and it's getting cooler. It's getting muggier, but that's okay. It was so awesome and nice to see home. Just Lake Charles. I was like, yeah. It's a long ass trip. I'll never do it again. I will fly. I will never drive it again.
Really?
It's
It was that.
just, it's too much. I mean, I guess with everything that was going on, you have to think, it's just that's now what I associate it with. So,
Right. But you have a fear of flying, right?
not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, good.
AJ, Tylee, Charles, Tammy, I mean, they cured me of that. I was like, well, if they had to face what they had to face at the end of their lives, then I can get the hell over my fear of flying. I've tried many different ways. I've been an airplane mechanic apprentice and worked on Airbuses. Okay. I also had an uncle that died in a plane crash in Joplin, Missouri. It was his plane, and him and 6 others crashed into a house. They were trying to land. The landing gear, the airport lights wouldn't come on. I don't know. It was crazy. I want to investigate that a little more now that I know what I know. But nobody was hurt in the house for what it's worth. But that was in 2001. That was traumatic. And I wasn't even, it was just a traumatic loss. And I've had some traumatic losses. I didn't realize that till, you kind of start adding them up and you're like, oh, yeah. Yeah, it does live in your cells. Definitely.
So you got up to the end of the line, the public line, and then how did you figure out to get where you were supposed to be from there?
I think I texted Mom, and she was like, she came, I don't remember. It was very fast. She either came out and got me, or we kind of both met. She told me where to go, and then they were like, they told us that Silas couldn't go in, so Jason, so I just kind of left them 2 behind and went with Mom and Todd. No, I went with Mom to the jury box, and I saw first right away. I saw I saw Trace too in the line. Hurried up, and hugged, and that was good to see her right there. And anyway, so we go in, going to walk in the jury box, and I see my Uncle Jerry, my Aunt Melanie, my cousin Amber. I see Brandon, he's at the very end. Todd's at the very end, but sitting in front, it's 2 rows. So Todd is sitting in the first row, Brandon in the second. And it's like a lot of Brandon's family, I mean, it wasn't like time to sit down yet, so everybody was just kind of everywhere loosely. I saw Jenny, Brandon's wife. I recognized her. And I've met Brandon before, but it's only once. And he had came down to Lake Charles to visit. So he was at my parents' house, and he was putting in security cameras also for my parents. And so I was holding the drill and stuff. And I was like, "You sure you're not from Louisiana?" And because Boudreaux, right? Boudreaux is a very Louisiana name.
That's French. I mean,
very Francais.
E-A-U-X.
Very Kunas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's really bizarre when you have Boudreaux in Arizona, in this case. Then you had the Blaze Thibodeau, Spring Thibodeau. Now I don't have the X at the end of the name, but they were also in the same ward area or whatever that Lori was in. And it was Doomsday, Visions of Glory, Julie Rowe type belief system. And that was bizarre. But their last name was Thibodeau. And I was like, Boudreaux and Thibodeau, huh? You don't say. In the same damn area, in the same damn case, pretty much. The same context, the same religious system, the same ward. I mean, that's a little crazy, if I must say so. Kind of blew my mind. But as I was walking up, again, I told y'all I'm very awkward. And so as I'm walking up, I see Todd and Brandon. They're engaged in a deep conversation. They're just talking about God. And I mean, it was just, I hadn't seen my brother in a long time either. So when I saw him, it was good to see him. And we hugged. And And I hugged Brandon, and then I was like,
And they
I
weren't
was
all sweaty. They weren't all sweaty like Josh.
no,
Was sweaty.
just you, Joe. You're the only sweaty dude or sweaty person I hugged. Of course, I didn't really hug anybody too much, so I mean, not really. Now I'm trying to think now. um, yeah, I didn't hug anybody outside. How about that? Except for you, you got me.
I represented all of the sweaty men outside.
Yep. Reminds me of the Ben Stiller. Just I'm gonna have to go find that clip. I'm joking. Yeah. No, that was really nice what you did with the tent, and it was the only cool spot this side of the I-10 bridge. No, he had set up a tent, like a canopy, and I didn't know that till afterwards, of course. But in Caitlin, she manned it, right?
Yeah, she did.
Kept all the people away,
Kept all the
allegedly.
cameramen in line.
Yeah, like you can't cool your cameras off here, okay? You gotta go. No parking on the dance floor. Anyways. So, yeah, so then, I kind of am introducing myself to the Boudreaux. They're all taking up the whole back row, okay, in the jury box. And I'm like, y'all sure y'all not from Louisiana? And one of them said, yeah, our great grandpa, he's from there. I was like, I knew it. Okay, now I know. That we can put that to bed now. So they're from Louisiana, distant. So that's good. I didn't realize how tall Brandon's dad was. Like, he is super tall, Like, he doesn't look like the guy that I heard on the 911 call saying, get out of my garage. It was good to see them, though. And they were so nice, y'all. They were just the most laid back, just relaxed, not stuck up family. Okay. Just like us, but maybe not as raw as myself. They're a little more polished, but just the salt of the earth people. And it was really nice to meet them and to meet Jenny. And I was like, Timber Wings, tell me, what does this mean? Okay. Which is the name of Brandon and Colby's media company, right? And so Jenny told me, but I don't really remember. So there's that. Welcome to my world. It was something about Brandon's part of it was the tree and the roots. That's what he was about. So that's the timber. The wings is more what Colby picked, and that's about how a butterfly cycles. Oh, I did remember something like that. I didn't say it as eloquent as she did, but you get the gist. So she was a sweetheart, she really was. And so me, Mom, and Brandon and Todd were kind of just chit-chatting, and I remembered something that, and I was like, Brandon, I was like, you know what? I was like, if I were to be a boy, my mom was going to name me Brandon. And I mean, I didn't even finish my sentence. And he was like, oh, well, I'm here now. And she got me now. And so, I mean, yeah, it's just cute. It's such a, I can't explain it. They have been bonded like that since jump. And I'm glad. I'm so glad they needed each other. Mom and Larry needed Brandon, and Brandon needed Mom and Larry. And in that sense, because it's so bizarre to deal with this amount of crazy. Uncle Charles did it by himself pretty much, and I mean, look, he was at his wit's end and he looked exhausted and frustrated. He looked drained. Chaos had come to town, and he just seemed at his wit's end with trying to get Lori help. And anyways, so I'm just glad that they had each other. And anyways.
Yeah. And chaos didn't win. And
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Jay. Same word. Somebody needs to find out who else is there or what they've going crazy. Okay, I get it.
I
Yeah.
think if we play like less than 10 seconds of this, I don't think we'll get copyright struck. Are you down for it?
Oh yeah, I'll refute it. I'll trim it. Oh yes. Oh, he okay, so you just clarified this for me. Oh no, it is that guy with no shirt on. It's that
Right.
guy. I was thinking it was Sandy. Okay. Go ahead. Or Polly. What's his name? Sandy. Ew. the skin tags under his arm. Ew. Thank you for not having skin tags, and thank you for having your shirt on.
One is glad to be of service.
Yeah, I'm so grateful for that. Praise Jesus. Oh, right. Native
How do you
AZ
recover from
girl, right? That was bizarre. And so I'm gonna surprise Joe with that. I don't know when to drop that bombshell on him. Joe, we learned something that
What did I miss? Oh no, what did I miss?
so well no, well, I say it's nothing bad, but it's nothing like that. Like so before we left Phoenix, like I said, I start watching everybody's reactions, okay? And so Rex and Adam were on. So I jumped, I was watching. I do watch. Okay. I do listen. I do value what they say. I just, I don't like the trash talking of me or anybody for that matter. Like that's exactly what happened with Lori deeming my family dark and zombies. She did it behind their backs and never to their faces. And that's just trashy. Okay. It's just trashy. So I heard a part, that was their Rex and Adam's final podcast. And so I was like, okay, but then they shared a new venture and it didn't sink in right away. I'm pulling it up right now. It didn't sink in right away. Let me play it first. So that way, oh, there you are. Okay. Thank you. Wow. I'm like looking in my soul. Okay. All right. So this is from Final Silver Linings podcast. This is from July 26, 2025. The day after the sentencing. The good news is we can all let Lori become a bad memory of the past while we fondly remember each other. And what is next? Okay, everybody buckle up.
What we are going to do next, first of all, let's answer the question. Yes, you can contact us at rexandadam@gmail.com. REXANDADAM@gmail.com. What we're doing next, you want me to give them an idea?
Sure. It has to do with AI.
It definitely has to do
Is
with
Monica
AI
going to join our team?
and podcasting. Well,
Is she gonna
she's
join
almost
our team?
volunteering. She doesn't know it, but she's almost volunteering.
I have to call her immediately.
In fact, we need 2 people for our team. One person that we need is a producer that's connected in that world, in the streaming provider world, because we have a program we want to produce. Okay, and we have not been in that world, even though Adam's been in entertainment. This is a very different world than the one he's been in. And so we have a person we're working with. He hasn't committed to us, but if you know of other people that are producing programs, we'd be glad to talk with them. And they're the person that needs to connect us with the right service to sell this idea. And usually a streaming service or a provider, I'll just say a provider because there's so many different ways that can be produced or presented. The provider will buy 6 episodes, see if it goes well, and if it does, they'll buy more. So we need the person that has those connections, knows how to approach them, who to approach, who would like the idea. We can't give you all the details about the idea, but it does deal with AI, artificial intelligence. We shared with you on this podcast a snippet, a little bit from when we interviewed Alex Cox, Adam's brother, my nephew, who of course is dead. We interviewed his AI avatar. Okay, in other words, we made and posed interview questions as if it were Alex. It was not. It was just artificial intelligence, Alex. And the artificial intelligence answered. Our program deals with that. Our program's going to have, each episode will be a dead killer, and there'll be at least one or two interviews. It'll be a killer that has had family speak out, family or close associates speak out. So we will contact those family members or close associates, see if they'd like to participate in the program. They may even want to interview the dead killer. And so that's all I'm going to say about the content of it. But the third person or second team member that we need, it'll be a third person in our team, is that creative position that is interested in true crime. They will actually be
Wow.
family members or close associates doing the research and structuring the episodes. Okay, and then we'll get together, finalize the episode, get the technology people going on it. And now, the way we're going to do this, I don't know if I told you this.
I'm listening. I'm all ears.
This third person, it may not be one person, so I'm going to consider it a position. It may be different positions. Like if we have 6 episodes, there may be 6 different creative people that do the research, contact the people, create the
Script.
the idea for that episode. And so we are looking for people that have those skills. They don't have to have the AI skills, and I'll talk more about that in a minute.
What about time? Do they need time?
Come on, y'all talk.
Time like to work on it. They need some time to work on it. And I don't know how much time it will take because I've never produced one, a full episode. But the reason
I have this wonderful idea that I have no idea how to do. What the thing that my brain is coming up with that feels really icky and sounds really icky and sounds like what's the
Exploited.
word I'm looking for? Exploitive?
Sadistic.
What the actual
Necromantic. Necromancy.
What where and when and how did you find this?
I was watching. This is their last episode, and I was watching it.
And they're pitching their next idea on their last episode.
Well, they already have actually. I didn't watch the full episode where they did pitch it and where they actually did share a snippet of Alex talking about what it's like to be in hell. And I'm looking for it right now. And so, because we had it on Web Sleuth last night, and I think Megan sent it in the private chat. So I don't have it, and I have it on reactions to AI Alex's Collateral Damage. So I don't know if this is it. If anybody knows in the chat, can you please let me know if this is the episode? Because I kind of scanned through it and I didn't see anything. But so I just want to make sure.
Blown. This is wow.
So I don't know. Okay, so what's happening here is this is their last time, having a podcast on Silver Linings Podcast YouTube channel for Adam and Rex, and they are venturing off into a new business direction, and that includes creating AI avatars, AI dialogue with different dead killers to interview them AI style. So yeah, at first I don't know if it dawned on me, and then it started, like I thought about it while I was driving, and I was stuck in my own head for so long. And the more I thought about it, the more pissed I got, the more upset, or the more I was just like, whoa. You just start kind of going into what that looks like. And so then last night we played it on Web Sleuth, and And so if anybody knows, 18-minute mark, is it this one or not the reaction? Okay, I think is what. Let me know if they say no, please. All right, let's
This
see
is
here.
this is so bizarre on so many levels, and there are other words besides bizarre, but that's what I'll start with.
It's mean. It's Megan said tone deaf. It's
Yes, yeah.
victimization, re-victimization for Brandon. I would, man, my mom. I mean, I used to duck too, y'all. I'd see a slow moving car and I'd be like, oh crap, you know. I mean, again, Alex may be dead, but there's still Edgar. I'll never shut up about that. All right, that's reactions. Is it reaction to AI? That's just it. I don't really know. I know it has to do with. Can you kind of scan the chat if anybody knows? That might have been the right video. I should have looked before I just jumped off of it.
Look before you leap. What?
I leapt.
Crazy talk.
I'm a leaper. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's here. But yeah, that's, I mean, at the same time. Anyways.
He's just like spitballing
Nonchalant.
an idea. He's spitballing an idea, and he just obviously they've talked about it, they've thought about it before, but they still haven't like refined it. Like even if it was a good idea and it wasn't this
like critical
horrible,
thinking, right? Where you think it all the way through.
Yes.
I likened it to like an engineer, you know, because I used to work in the refineries, and so we'd go out with the engineers' plans, and we would be like, "That's not going to work. That's not going to work here. You can't put these things here. Okay, it doesn't. It's not functional." That's what it reminds me. And I mean, it reminds me that minus the emotions. You know.
Right. That's a typical engineering plan result. Like it looks good on paper, but when you go like actually to build it or do it in the field, it just doesn't work, and you got to think of something else. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know where it is, y'all. And so I might have to just go jump to Web Sleuths from last night and just play it from there. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay.
So I already felt kind of a certain way about when he had his statement to the press. You know, He was the first one to speak to the press afterwards, and then he came back and he said something else, and he said,
"Oh, he did."
Yeah, he came back and said something else, and for the second one, he goes, "It's okay. I don't have to be on camera for this one. You don't have to record me for this one." And I'm like,
Joe, I must have a resting bitch face. I really do. I mean, throughout my life, okay. Like like I said, I've worked in the refineries, and I mean, I was just a laborer. Okay, I was making $15 a damn hour, and I showed up, and there was like a big turnaround, which that means there's like every craft working. There's welders, there's pipe fitters, there's all the different crafts. I can't think of them all. Pipe fitters, things like that, and there's just so much going on at one time. And so I was standing and I was just kind of taking it all in because it was very overwhelming. I was just like, whoa, this is crazy. And I had a guy come up to me and he was like, "Are you safety?" And I was like, "No." Or no, he was like, "Are you a supervisor?" And I was like, "No, I'm a helper," you know? And anyway, I didn't say all that, but I don't know. It's like the way I carried myself. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know if I'm not approachable. Whatever.
Alex's collateral damage.
We'll see.
Is there one called Alex's collateral damage?
That's the reaction to Alex's collateral. Hold on. I'm going to type it in.
Ms. Woozy says it's Alex's collateral damage.
That's who gave it to me last night. Thank you. Except I didn't fetch it. Okay. I think I have found it. Thank you, Miss Woozy. You saved. Well, it is this video and it's going to piss people off. So I don't know if you saved the day, but you helped me. Thank you. Let's see. Let me share this tab. And how do I get it out of this? Okay. There we go. All right. Are they being quiet?
Can you hear basketball in my background? Do I need to turn
No.
my TV down?
I can't hear it.
Okay.
I don't know, AZ Marine. I don't know. I'm gonna
Yes, he
smoke.
was.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm going to.
easy.
So, Alex, now that you are undoubtedly in hell, can you describe it to us? In a simulated response as Alex Cox, you might say,
Describing hell? Well, if I'm in a place like that, it's not fire and brimstone like people imagine. It's more like being stuck in every moment where I messed up over and over with no way to set things right. It's a kind of emptiness that just gnaws at me. Regret feels like a physical weight, and I'm surrounded by echoes of things I could have done differently. There's no comfort, no escape, just me facing the darkest parts of myself. If that's hell, then yeah, it's as real as it gets. I feel everything my victims felt. Here I have to see and feel how I affected others. There's no hiding from or dulling your feelings. You feel everything that might be numb during your life. There is no hiding by a lack of empathy or insight.
why did you
Wow.
So,
Yeah,
hold
that's
on. What do you think, Joe?
I don't have any words.
Yeah, I'm not trying to shit on them, you know, but I mean,
Explain to me exactly what that is supposed to be.
it's about as equivalent as Lori and Chad having a good idea.
No. What did we just hear though? What did we just supposedly
We
listen
just
to?
heard, in my opinion, and just my feelings, and this is just my feelings, and I've had a little time to think about this and talk to Jason about it. Even me, I've talked to Megan and Trish last night in chat, and it's gross, tone deaf, inconsiderate,
But what do
selfish.
they say? But what do they say?
I don't know.
What,
I can just tell you what I think. Wait, what?
what do they say it is? What do they claim that is the AI? What is the AI representing right there?
Alex Cox, post mortem, resurrected, as Megan said. It's revisionist. It's them not coming to terms with reality. It's another layer of delusion. It's exploitative. It's offensive. It's hurtful. It's necromantic. Is it necromantic or is it necromancy? I don't know.
Necromancy? I don't know.
Well, there
But
is all kinds of yeah. It's dark. I don't think it would be even accepted by the religious community that they're in. I don't think so, because it's
So-
no different than Chad using his pendulum,
But
and
we
they get to
just
spit out the
saw- okay,
lyrics. Like,
yeah, at the beginning of this, you played them pitching this as a production idea, as somebody buying the episodes of this. So the bottom
Charles
line is,
Manson.
it's
We're talking
it's a
every
money
dead
grab.
killer.
This is a
Yes.
money grab at the
It's not
expense
about
of
the victims.
no.
Not nowhere. So why? So this is where I'm like, okay, how do you show up to these things? All these hearings, these sentencings, have a podcast on YouTube, you have an appearance, you have a presence, you represent, you claim to, they say a lot of, Silver Linings is about Tylee and JJ. That was the name of their channel at one point in time, something about Tylee and JJ Silver. I don't know. It was super long. And I think it's the name of one of their books, or maybe just, I don't know how many books they have, but whatever, I don't have any, whatever, do what you do. Everybody has their own way of grieving. Okay. But this just seems
This isn't about grief.
over
There's
the
nothing in
line.
this that's about grief.
No.
I'm sorry, but
Who wants to?
That's-
I don't want to hear. What if Brandon runs across this? What if my mom runs across this? What if they have the avatar of Alex walking and talking in hell? And then who's writing the script? It's not Alex talking Why don't you get Melanie and Ian over and Chad and Lori, and they can just have a recorded phone conversation where Melanie's like, hey, ha, 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 ha. Al, I just want Al to haunt Brennan. And no, I want Brennan to be in fear of Al for the rest of his life. Ha, 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 ha. Okay. Who does this help?
You said, what if Brandon runs across this? What if your mom runs across this?
Yeah.
What if you run across this?
Well, I did.
Kresha?
And so I'm a little boundary here. I can kind of a buffer, if you will, because I didn't get shot at. I wasn't on the dark list, but it's close enough to where it's so atrocious. It's so offensive. Come on, guys. There's so many other things you can do with your talent.
Tone deaf just scratches the surface of this idea. Like what world do they live in where they sat in a brainstorming room and they're like, okay, we're going to wrap up our last podcast. What's next? Let's do this. What world do they live in?
What happens when other family? Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Go.
What's going to happen whenever another victim's family member runs across their loved one's killer, talking, regretting, Alex regretting, Lori doesn't regret. Okay. They're projecting their own. So whatever comforts, I don't know. Cause I'll say like Rex says, I don't know. I'm not in their mind. Thank you. I think mine's about enough, but no, this isn't it. So I would start the podcast right on back up. Okay. I wouldn't even go there. Please don't go there. Please. I don't want my mom to hurt. I don't want her to get upset. And I definitely don't want Brandon to get upset or his kids. They're relatives.
Like,
your relatives.
More than they already have been. Like you're on the, okay. These two guys are on the inside of the family. They're not
of the killers, 2 killers,
yes,
possibly 3.
They're not on the outside looking in and just like, how can we exploit the family? They're on the inside saying, how can we exploit the family?
Our family. How can we exploit our family? And then claim it's the double speak thing again. I just realized, it's the double speak because it's like justice for Charlie and JJ and Charles and Tammy, and that's it for them. I say Joe, and I forgot to say Joe, y'all. I was so pissed. There's so many things that it's very we'll get to that. It's very nerve-wracking to be up there. I didn't know we were going to stand in front of everybody. I was like, oh man. I was like, Mom, I wanted to go into the booth and just sit there and stare at her, That's not how it went. So yeah. And Colby. Oh my God. And Colby. Thank you. DJ J711.
Yeah.
I don't want them to see this.
No.
And I mean,
please,
again, I feel like a little warning system or something, but I kind of do want to tell my mom, but me brief her on it first, lessen the blow and just be like, prepare yourself. Because I do want her genuine reaction. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I haven't figured it out yet. And then again, it's not my doing. It's other family members from the other side of the family. You're doing it all wrong. Okay. Please don't do this. Rex and Adam, please. This isn't about, you can, whatever you think about me, and whatever you think about it, my mom, whatever you think about anybody else, anybody else, please don't do this.
Yeah. Well, they're also talking about doing it with other serial killers.
Yeah. That's what about other people's family members?
Yes. Yep.
Somebody mentioned last night Sharon Tate's mom. You know, what about Charles Manson? I mean, that'll be one of the first, you know, I would. I'm just thinking that would be one of the first people that people would be interested in, or maybe it's a selling point. I don't really know. I mean, there's so many other things you can do with this technology and with your minds and with your platforms. And anyway, so yeah, I definitely wanted, I couldn't wait to share that with you. I wanted your raw reaction because you always give me a honest raw reaction. Thank you, Caitlin. You didn't have to donate that. Get some snacks for the road tomorrow, Joe. And thanks for letting us keep you company the last 3 days. And that pool was beautiful, by the way. They didn't tell us that it was that nice. The kids, Caitlin and Silas, went and swam. And Trey sent pictures, and I was like, "Holy crap!"
All right. So personal information here. He left his
His
underwear.
underwear. He's like, "We gotta go back," and I was like, "Dude, I will buy you some more." We were like already halfway back to the hotel. Oh no, no. We hadn't even left yet, but I was not about to walk back up that building. My bra was broke. I was walking like this, you know. It was hot. I was wearing all black like an idiot, and had a couple bags, and yeah. Oh my gosh. Whew. I did have a good time though. It was good visiting. I wish that, you know, we could have stayed longer.
That was a good visit. We'll visit
But
again.
hey,
soon.
y'all come down
Yep.
anytime.
Yep.
We have really good
I know.
food here, and I'll go grocery shopping, and you can cook. Okay.
I know where Lake Charles is. Maybe allegedly.
Lake Chuck. No, I mean it's nice here. It's okay. It's not that bad. Yeah, we will. Trey says. All right, good. So okay. I don't know where y'all want to start, except I mean, and I have some, and I shared this last night on Web Sleuth. I shared it with Trace immediately as soon as I walked out of that damn room, because I don't know if y'all want to do this in chronological order, if you want me to just share the news with you now that I believe was implied.
Follow your
by
heart.
Trina.
Yep. Follow your heart.
I'm just going to tell you because I can't help it. Let me take a sip. And yes, he is married. Yeah, he was staring dead at me. I was like, now he did do a little Freemason sign. And I saw it. I was like, why me? Did you just dub me dark or something? What are you doing? Kidding. I mean, they have to communicate somehow. You know, just be like, get this bitch off the
Well,
thing.
your mom was throwing up those Freemason signs
I was
too.
like, Mom, stop doing the Illuminati sign. She was sitting right next to me, and the sentencing hearing's going on. I'm like, stop doing that Illuminati triangle. Damn. Well, I don't even know what it means yet, but just stop doing it. Anyways, I don't know, y'all. The world we live in is weird. And I've read an article also before coming on here, which I wish I would have never saw it. Wish I would have never seen it. Why am I having a hard time? But it says Trump administration says federal employees can encourage coworkers to, quote, rethink, unquote, their religious beliefs. And I'm like, oh shit, it's the NWO. Anyways, yeah, it was an interesting article. So people can push their religious beliefs on you. And I don't know. I mean, after dealing with Lori and Chad and Alex and Melanie and this whole bullshit, I don't know if I like that too much, no matter what. It says, you know, like you try to convince people to like see your religion your way. Okay, well, how's that worked in the past? Anyways, I just quit infringing on people's rights. That's it. Okay, that's my thing. I don't like any of them, so this is not ever a political thing with me. I don't know. I remember I don't know. I was in 2008. I was like, Mom, are we Republican or Democrat? I was 20. Oh, well, so 2008, I was 30. and I was asking my mom if we were Democrat or Republican because I didn't know. And so I'm just saying, anyways, I don't do politics. Never have. But I just don't like crappy people. That's all. I don't like people. Let me just shush. All right. So, you talk for a little bit. I gotta.
Where were we going though? Like, are we going chronological,
You're
or are you
driving.
going to come out with the news that you're just dying to tell everybody? I think that's where we were going.
So thank you. Whenever she was sentenced, and then Vicky was like, "Right, Lori, right in prison," and she's like, "Wait," and we move from the courtroom to like this room in the back of the courtroom. It's like a I don't know how big it is, but anyways, and so it's the Boudreaux family, it's the Vallow family, and like Megan's in there. I mean, like we're all in there. She's family anyway, so I'm just saying, like we're all kind of sardined in there. And it was Trina came in with the victim's advocate, Nicole. Love Nicole. Love Trina. I told Trina she was I'm like, you're a superhero, okay? And I mean, she is Spitfire, man. I really love her energy. Like it's like, unlike Lori, she lands the plane. And I'm not trying to compare. Okay, there's no comparison, but she's where the rubber meets the pavement. Because of Trina, this happened. The justice was obtained as far as it can be in this life. For Charles, for Brandon, and I love the fact that we were able to talk about the other victims. I'm so glad. Like in Idaho, no, you had to tiptoe, and I did like that. I do love that about Arizona, But anyway, so we went off into this room, and so Trina comes in with Nicole, and she thanked us all for trusting her to convict Lori, and to obtain justice for our family members, for Charles, for Brandon. And then we're just kind of bullshitting, and Trina was like, "Oh." She was like, "I'm really stirring the pot now." She's like, "I'm stirring the pot." I mean, we're just like a bunch of banter, we're just all cackling and talking shit, I guess you could say. And so she said she was stirring the pot when she said that Lori had lost privileges to her tablet because of the contraband she has for contraband, which is the M&Ms, basically. Whenever Nate interviewed Lori, remember the M&Ms at the end, and Lori's like, "Can I have those M&Ms?" And the whomever was like, "Nope." She got her tablet taken away for that. And then, but I heard Trina say something about there were some 3-way phone calls trying to take place. I don't know enough that's all I know. That's all I remember. So I didn't know if maybe, I don't know. I don't want to even speculate because I don't know who she would have been calling, but you can speculate. 3-way phone calls. But and then after that, Trina pointed at Brandon that some of us are sitting down. Me and Megan were sitting down, I think, and Trina's right here. Brandon's about right here, and I mean, she pointed at him and she was like, "And you and I, or me and you," I don't know how she said it. She was like, "We have to have a meeting about who." And so we were like, "Woo, woo, woo, woo," like we didn't have to say it because it was just, in my opinion, and I'm saying this, it's not fact. Do not take this as fact. This is speculation city. I don't know if for sure. I don't know when. I don't know if she's going to change her mind. I have no idea how this is going to go down, if it's going to go down. I just wanted to share what I believe, I picked up off of that exchange right there. It was done right there in front of everybody, in front of me. And I think we all know what was being implied there.
Right.
And
And,
be,
and
oh,
even if it doesn't come to fruition, somebody is not sleeping well the last few nights.
somebody's puckered.
Somebody is like,
She's got
can
the
I talk to Donna Adelson about what countries
yes.
are non-extradition
That's
countries?
Joe. That's exactly what I thought of too. I'm like, Trina's doing it Adelson style right now. This is how this is going. Speaking of dominoes, Lori, here you go, you bitch, bitch.
One at a time. We're going to take you
Yep.
down, then we're going to take you down, then we're going to take you down.
Yeah. Sue L says, "Who is Edgar?" Edgar is allegedly Summer's ex. Well, Summer's alleged. She. How do I went blank? Like a maybe an affair? I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah, she allegedly had a fling with this guy named Edgar. And I'm gonna pull up the document right here so I can share, just like I did on Web Sleuths last night, so I can tell you exactly what was said. Uh, uh, Here we go. So I'm gonna share this tab. I don't know if you can still pop me up there, but this is a text exchange between Summer Shiflett, Lori's sister, and Lori.
And Summer was at sentencing, right?
Summer was at sentencing, sitting behind the defendant, the convict. I whatever in whateverville. Okay. One of my favorite sayings, y'all, and I cuss. I'm an adult. Okay. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna cuss. And it says, I told the wait. I said whatever bitches, and the bitches whatevered. uh-huh. Anyway, so that's about how I felt. You know, I don't trust Summer. Take it or leave it. Be mad at me. Unsubscribe. Whatever you gotta do. I don't know. All I can say is, you weren't there. I wasn't there. We don't know. But from where I sit, with this many family members in their graves, with my mom being on the zombie hit list, even given a zombie name of Rhonda, by the way, and that they were going to start working on Kay, meaning murder. Okay.
Here's
Then
where I am.
I'm just saying, like, it's my family. Like, they effed with my family, and I don't trust her. I don't trust them.
On the outside looking in, the kids are still missing. JJ and Tylee are still missing. Your mom has asked for a welfare check.
Yeah.
Lori and Chad have run off to Hawaii. Summer and her mom, who's that? Janice? I forget their names. They
Janice.
go on TV and vouch for Lori.
And not only that,
Go ahead.
not only that, they blamed my mom for bringing this on, Lori, for holding her accountable, for asking where my mom, my mom was asking where JJ was. Then we found out Tylee was missing too. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? I don't know how many times Larry said that. That was just one of those things. He said it in threes. He would slam his fist down. Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Nobody said anything, but they did vouch for Lori. And this was May 7th of 2020. This is a month before Tylee and JJ were found.
Even if you believe that your sister could never be capable of anything
this
like
is Joe already went down, and Charles went down already. Just know that. They know that. They know that. Everybody knows that, obviously, except Joe. Joe didn't know that. Charles didn't know that. Tylee didn't know that. Because they're
and Alex is dead too at that point.
Well, that's a personal problem. So,
Right. But I'm just saying, even if you
no,
believe
yeah.
your sister is not
Mhm.
capable of that, you don't have to go on TV and publicly vouch for her and throw your
Yeah.
mom under the bus and blame her for all of this.
Yeah.
You don't have to, you can just sit back and wait for justice to
Like,
take its
shut
course
up.
for the investigation. Yeah.
Shut up. Why in May? And then that wasn't it. I mean, they also went on 2020, or whatever, Gravedigger's Wife, whatever the hell that was. Melanie and Ian went on Dateline. They took that Dateline episode down, which is weird. Still down, as far as I know. Last time I checked. But I do have it screen recorded. Yes, I do. Got to be quicker. But I believe that this had to happen as far as and I'm kind of moving back to the justice part in Arizona. People have asked Judge Boreski, even he mentioned this. He's like, people ask, why even have these trials here if she already has 5 life sentences in Idaho? And he said, because justice, because people need to be held accountable, because, and I can't repeat because I'm not good at that. I'm not good at, like quoting people and remembering all that. But he said it was very well put. And then, but if you really think about that, I don't think Trina could charge Melanie B as maybe easily as I mean, she handled these 2 cases, Charles, Brandon. She put Lori away. Okay. And so I don't know if that will help her to put Melanie away. I don't know if that will.
Aren't there texts though where Melanie was texting with
I have them all, man.
right during the time when
Mhm.
just if we want to isolate that one period of time when Brandon was shot at.
Yep.
Like,
And she was the only, I mean,
how
there's
did
so many
Alex know? How did Alex know what his new address was?
Yeah. I mean, he had just moved there. I sometimes wonder if Melanie baited Brandon because she was going out of town. Like, as soon as he got the kids that weekend, because the kids weren't going to see him because he was staying in their marital house, their marital home, to stage it and sell it. Okay. And you can't have the little kids run. You just can't. Okay. I'm sorry. I've done this before. It's hard. And especially when you're a single parent, but so Brandon wasn't able to really see his little kids. And I wonder if Melanie was like, well, get your own place and you can have them this weekend. I don't know. I'm speculating big time right there, but I don't put that past her either. So Melanie left, did a kid exchange, always on a kid exchange, huh? With Brandon, September 26th. And then Melanie flew from Arizona to Idaho Falls. Alex picked her up. Alex went to the gun range, the shooting range every day, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th. For sure. I don't know if it was the 29th and the 30th too. But anyways. And then Melanie came back to Arizona on the 29th of September. And so October 1st, Alex rolls out, minus the back seat of the Jeep, minus the back tire of Tylee's Jeep. Drives all the way from Rexburg, Idaho. He lies in wait, like Trina says. He was lying in wait right there at the temple in Gilbert, Arizona, which was on South Greenfield. I don't know how I remember that, but there's that. Where he waited for the kid exchange, I believe, between Brandon and Melanie. And that is a pattern with Lori and Alex. That's 2. Why wouldn't it be Melanie too? Why that has Lori all over it? Okay, like orchestrating.
And personally, I think that he wasn't expecting Brandon to go to the gym in between.
No.
So he was laying in the back of the Jeep for like an extra hour to an hour and a half. And that's probably why he missed, just because he got tired, and he
Yep.
got bored, and
The
he got
adrenaline maybe
distracted.
wore off. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh shit, there's a Tesla coming down the street. I got to pop up and open the window and take a shot. And I
Yeah.
think that may be why he missed.
I mean, we can only speculate. And I really don't think Melanie was with him. Where would she put her kid? You know, like there was
Right.
no backseat. And not that I credit her for being a good mother and actually putting her child in the car seat, but I also don't think we heard the little girl. Well, you know, she brought her to the police station to be interviewed, and I'm not holding this against the little girl. I'm holding this against Melanie, because you don't bring your child to the police station to be interviewed because your husband just got shot at. Your estranged husband, her father, the little baby's father. So that little girl was just being a kid.
Yeah, and I think that based on the timing, so I drove the routes, and I think that
Oh yeah,
Melanie went to go to the park for the
she gonna
exchange
share it.
at the same time that Alex headed for Brandon's house.
There you go. I wonder, man. Oh my God. Can you imagine? I mean, and Trina they're not going to share everything. They didn't share everything that they had. We know that Trina just kind of kept it simplified, straight,
Right.
you know, no extra bells and whistles, because that kind of muddies things up. I get it now.
You
Do I
don't need
wish
to. You
everything-
don't need to. You don't need to
Yeah.
show your whole hand when like
No.
3 cards are going to beat the defense. Is Melanie going to represent herself? That's the big
That's
question.
without 405. Yeah, there you go. That's manifesting. Just kidding. Right? Do y'all think that Melanie Boudreaux is going to build I mean, is there going to be a bail? Is there going to be a bail amount? And Uncle Alex ain't here no more to bail her out. I'm just saying, what about her other child? You know, she has 5 kids. She has 1 child with Ian, and I'm not gloating. I'm not happy about this, but I am happy because I want her to be held accountable. I want so many more. If you want my feelings on this, there's so many more that need to be right next to Lori, Chad, whatever. Take your pick, Alex. I mean, they can take whatever route. Zalema actually had use immunity in Idaho. And I mean, she's orchestrating some things in here too about Charles. She's rating him dark. She's doing some things. And I mean, if ever there was a case to convict somebody on their thoughts, it's this one. But that's not how it works.
So
It
what?
does kind of show intent,
Explain to everybody what use immunity is.
Use immunity? I don't really know. I don't know how to explain it. I am not a good explainer. You know this. Y'all know I'm not a good explainer. I'm like, and the thing, and the thing, and the other thing. I hate that. Go ahead. Oh, you looking it up? That's cheating.
Of course. Yeah,
Cheater,
of course. I got to get it clear. I got to get it clear in my mind. Professor Google always helps.
Right.
So their testimony can be used against them, but if there is other evidence that the prosecution finds that's not related to their testimony, they can still be prosecuted. So it's just specifically related to their testimony in the case. Like they could testify, I was involved with this, I was involved with that. And that
Wait, that was in Idaho though. That was not
Yes.
in Arizona. There's
That was
no
not in
use
Arizona,
immunity
no. Nope.
in the Arizona state.
Nope.
The state of Arizona. So, okay. And again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not in law at all. I just from going through all these things, all these motions and court hearings and trials, and I learn as I go. But yes, Susan Weaver, I think Melanie uses her womb to manipulate men, but she gets pregnant real soon. Oh no, I hope not. And, you know, they do actually allow women to have, you know, I mean, they can still give birth in prisons, and this just
Her and Ian have kids together, don't they?
One a little
kid
boy.
together.
Yep. I mean, she got pregnant immediately. She must have looked at Ian. She was like, I'm pregnant.
No, he looked at
Um,
her. Oh, over your eyes.
It was loin fire. It was like 2.0 repeat.
He did not
It
gird
was
up his
just like
loins.
Caddy Daddy and oh, let me turn my ear off. Okay, I'm kind of cold. I'm freezing. Ha, ha, ha. Oh, I just ran my chair into my desk. But random old lady says Alema and Lori using their minds to try to cause an accident for Charles while JJ was with him. Shaking my head, or I don't know how to say that. The last part, but yes, that's part of it. There was also the part where uh she called him Ned or Hiplos. I don't know. It was something to do with that. I'll find it. Trust me. You know I'll bring it to you. You know I will.
Well, you
So
brought that up in
well,
your.
there's a chance, Huggy Bear. I'm sorry, I saw that comment and I had to say it. Say it. Say it like it's supposed to be said.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Yep. Dumb and Dumber. So,
One
all
in
right.
a
So,
million? 1 in a million? So you're saying there's a chance.
yep.
Harry,
Samsonite.
you're alive and you're a horrible shot.
Oh my god.
That's
was
also
Alex.
appropriate in this, right? That's
So
also
is Alex.
appropriate.
I used to call him Shit Shot McGee. It just kind of gets old. But
Alex, you're alive and you're a horrible shot.
yeah. But Brandon's brother Brock, he said it. He was like, "Oh, we can all be thankful," or something like that. We can all be thankful that Alex was not a good shot. I mean,
Yeah.
and I used to think, man, I bet people might think that's not very funny, but that's just my sense of humor. That's my Uncle Charles' sense of humor. We kind of had my mom, we kind of have that dark sense of humor. So does Uncle Jerry. We all do. I don't know. So I want to read this real quick.
Okay.
To kind of finish explaining who Edgar is. I'm so sorry to the person who asked me that. I'm still explaining way later. This said in both Lori's accounts, she had regular communication with her sister Summer, who was listed in her phone as Sum. The number linked to Summer was redacted. Summer also shared Lori's religious beliefs. On October 7, 2019, at 1:04 hours, 13:04 hours, Summer sent Lori a message asking if she already knew about the Tesla incident. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if she should call or text. Why would she ask that? I just realized that. Why would she be like, hey, you just text, so why are you asking if you should call or text? I don't know. Sometimes when I taste these words, it's like things register and I'm like, that's kind of sneaky right there. Okay, so Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that Summer asked if she should call or text. Lori asked Summer to text her. So she's like, nope, just text me. The following is a text string as it appears. Summer says, an incident that supposedly happened to Brandon sounds highly suspicious. Lori says, Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company? Which, remember Trina asking the jury if they had any issues with the Tesla company? Political, Anyways, Summer says, Brandon's. He claims someone shot at him and shot the window to his Tesla a few days ago. Mind you, this is October 7th. This is 5 days after Alex shot at Brandon. And so a few days ago, police are looking into it. Going to page 234, Summer says, I think he is either trying to set Al up or make a future hit on Mel, make him look innocent, knowing him. But who knows, knowing him, okay? Sounds suspicious to me. Lori replied, maybe it was Edgar. Where is he? Summer sent a bunch of female male symbols. And she says, I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he's doing.
Wait, what? He usually makes things look like natural causes from
Mhm.
Summer Shiflett. People
Yeah, I think
like
you're jumping to conclusions, Joe.
he usually makes things look like natural causes.
He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses, and he makes things look like that they're natural causes.
What?
That's 3 things. Okay, that's a hitman. So, as
I
far as
think
I
you're
know, he's
jumping
still
to
alive.
conclusions now.
No, he's a damn hitman. Oh man, it's crazy, y'all. This family
That's
is
from
freaking
Summer
batshit
Shiflett.
crazy.
So
Oh, we're not done.
yeah.
I mean, pretty much. That's the wow factor right there.
Wow.
So I'll say that again. Summer said, with all the male female symbols, I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing. Summer then followed up again and said, he has a message to me on his Smule page, but I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app Smule with the username of course, XZZYZX. It is suspected that this was Edgar. Searching Smule through Lori's iCloud account, I discovered that she was using this app to send songs or communicate with Chad Daybell as well. This was evident in the links that they would send to one another, to each other. You haven't seen the Smule account, have you? Oh, no, I know you haven't. Yeah, you might want to not eat before you do. Alex sings so many songs, and like you were saying, you were listening to like Stone Temple Pilots and stuff. Ruined, gone, done. Lori singing Hallelujah, but her version to the song is, of course, sadistic and very. It's like her patriarchal blessing, if you will, to Alex, in my opinion. And then, but I mean, right? Can we not say that that's not alarming? So when I got jumped on last night a little bit, me and Megan both, why are you talking about Summer and Janice and Adam and Rex, and it's just like,
Maybe
what?
because Summer's
Are you
talking about
fucking
a
kidding me?
freaking hitman. Maybe.
What would
Maybe.
you do if 3 out of, like 3 members of your own family are no longer here? What would you do? I mean, it might be easier from a non, like a non related person. I don't know. I have no idea.
So Debbie wants to know concisely who is Edgar again.
Edgar was a fling, allegedly. Allegedly, Summer. Okay, let me say it like this: Summer allegedly cheated on her husband with Edgar. So, allegedly. Let me show you. I'll find a picture. What? What you talking about, Willis?
This comment.
Oh wait, I'm not over there. I'm looking for a picture. Janice lips remind me of a mason jar, rubber seal thing. Oh man, what's more? Was it when we did that freeze frame, and they were like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. You didn't see my face, so you don't know what face I just made, unless you're picturing Janice's face yesterday. And I'm look again. I'm petty, but there's a booger too. So just know that. And I've always said that, and I'm just making my point because I always said that Lori looked down her nose at people. Like I remember that from jump, and so did her parents. Like because I slept under the same roof with these people, which is really life threatening if you ask me. Wow. And they look down. They look down their noses at you. Thank you, Treva. Oh, it's so good to see you. I miss you. I'm so glad to see you guys and you. Okay, good. Peace fingers. I don't know why. I'm just like, what? It's like a Twilight Zone or something, And I mean, again, nobody. I'm not asking anybody to. This isn't like near them. I don't do that. We are all grown people here. We're all grown. grown-ups, and I don't try to control people. I just know where I stand, and this is what I'm saying, and I'm just trying to point this out, because again, and Megan's really good at pointing these things out. As far as I'm learning a lot from what Megan shares, just how to pinpoint these or spot these manipulative behaviors, the narcissism, gaslighting, when people are manipulating you, and it really does happen a lot.
Yeah, and I think that most of us have a little bit of a detector. We can know subconsciously or even consciously, we can think that we're being manipulated or gaslighted, but it's putting the finger to it and pointing it out and saying, you are doing this, and that is gaslighting. That is the harder thing to do, because they do it so surreptitiously. It's so subtle sometimes. It's so just, that's how they manipulate, is by doing it subtly, so it's not so obvious.
Exactly. I've noticed the backward speaking of Janice. Let me try and type that in. I don't know why, but my Dropbox reset, so it's not on the pages that I pulled up last night. Oh no, if I look up spirit, then that's 180 of them in there. I'll never find it. Let me do the ghost, I think. Holy Ghost.
All right.
I'm looking
I
for
took
it.
off so I'll have to watch your searching.
Well, that's you're looking at my Google Photos. I'm looking on Dropbox. I'll show you all kinds of. Actually, I can play some of the hearing, or wait. Actually, I want to share this too. Let me find this, and then while this is playing, I will go and fetch.
Okay. And I also have the hearing pulled up, so we can play parts of it if you want to.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. Well, I'll probably find it.
Probably.
Wait. Okay, here we go. This is from, well, I'm about to switch over the screen. Well, I'm just trying to find the right spot. Okay, so this is Nancy Joe on Hidden True Crime with Lauren. This was July 27th, 2025, or it premiered that day. But this is what I saw Nancy Joe in the elevator. We parked on the same floor. But so I caught this, and there were no follow-up questions. I don't know. I was driving and I was like, what the heck? Oh my God. It was just one of those things.
They know now.
No, I knew.
You knew killed Charles Vallow or conspired to kill him, is now cross-examining you, asking you questions. What did you feel up there?
Well, I was nervous, and then she started with the "Do you date married men?" hypocrisy, and then I went from nervous to mad, and it was so bizarre that a woman who is on trial, who the whole world knows had an affair and had murdered her husband and had murdered his wife and had buried her kids in his backyard, is asking me if I date married men. It was just so bizarre.
Too much. Well, welcome to the world of Lori Vallow Daybell, where somehow everything's a projection in her world. Like, it is very bizarre how she's the only one that can't see.
Questioning me that way was her undoing, because it took me from nervous to mad. So
yeah.
She didn't want to make me mad. It made me mad. So
rightfully so. And she brought that. What was the question? Was that the question? Do you often, when you said do you date married men naturally? And then, this was it. And then she said, so all you're saying at your first date, you just talked about me. That's what she said.
Yeah.
And then you said,
don't flatter yourself.
But was that the kind thing to say right then?
I didn't really care what the kind thing to say was.
No, what I mean is, out of something else you could have said, you probably picked, don't flatter yourself. That was probably the kinder response, is what I meant. Let me clarify.
Yeah.
I thought it was brilliant. So did the world. But I bet but something else you could have said, that was the kinder option. Does that make sense?
Well, when she was persisting in what did we talk about, I wanted to say, we didn't talk about anything that you would want to hear. It was nothing that you want to hear me repeat to you. But I instead looked at Judge Goreski and said, can I do a narrative? And he said, let's have a sidebar. So
Yeah.
I wish I would have driven the train through the
Me
open
too.
hole that she gave me, because I could have laid down
Oh,
so many unbelievable things that Charles had told me. Oh, that you and Alex were trying to kill him, that you were having an affair with Chad Daybell, that he knew you were sending him videos, that he knew you had written a false email, that he suspected that you had had something to do with Joe Ryan's death. I mean, I could have
that
laid down a lot of things.
right there.
And
Yeah.
Did y'all
Wow.
catch it?
Wow.
So, I mean, I didn't know this, of course, because Uncle Charles died. I didn't know, but it makes sense to me because my grandmother died, my nanny, here in Lake Charles area. She died March 17th, 2018. Uncle Charles came to Lake Charles by himself. Lori did not come. My mom made note of it. Like, she was like, why is Lori not coming to her mother-in-law's funeral? You know, this is 3/17. He was here for a few days. I mean, I don't know if it was exactly 3/17. That's the day my grandma died. So I doubt he, got here from Arizona
Right.
like that.
But hold on. She
Mhm.
didn't go to
No.
that funeral,
Right.
and Melanie Boudreau did not go to Brandon's grandfather's funeral, right?
Correct. Hmm.
What?
She's just like her fake mommy. I don't know.
She.
They're one
Man.
and of the same, But okay, so here it is, mid-March, and then Joe Ryan's body was found in advanced decomposed. Am I saying decompose or decomposition? I don't know.
Decomposed state.
I'm having my.
In a state of advanced decomposition.
There you go. Thank you. So he was found like that on April 3rd, 2018. You do the math. I believe that's when it happened. I've kind of suspected that. I've shared that before. Just saying. So I'm going to play this again. Because I was like, whoa.
Charles had told me, oh, that you and Alex were trying to kill him, that you were having an affair with Chad Daybell, that he knew you were sending him videos, that he knew you had written a false email, that he suspected that you had had something to do with Joe Ryan's death. I mean, I could have laid down a lot of things. And
I'm just saying, I'm just like, whoa. That to me is huge. I mean, just to know where he was in his mind, with his thoughts. And I've watched her interview, Nancy Joe's interview with Lauren. I've also watched the one she did with Nate, but I've watched this one first. I was so excited. I was just like, oh, good. I listened to it twice, on the road, and a couple times since then, actually. But she was the last person to talk to Charles. Charles shared an abundance of personal feelings, thoughts. He was just an open book. I get it. He was. What do y'all? But what do y'all think? Let me go over there so I can see what y'all think.
Well, everybody in chat clearly likes Nancy Joe.
She's likable. She's lovable. She's just if every. And I'm not trying to down anybody who is LDS. I'm just saying I wish she's a good representative of the church, in my opinion.
And I think Brandon is too. I honestly think Brandon is too. Yeah.
Him and Todd were talking God, Todd and God, right? That's kind of funny. Him and Todd were talking about God, and Brandon doesn't push. He doesn't try to interest you in a Book of Mormon there's a difference, like he talks about God. I noticed too, my brother, he he said God died for us. God died for us. And he didn't say Jesus. And I was like, like it was just different.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're interchangeable for him, and that's
for
just fine.
him, that's how
Yeah.
we were raised. But for Mormonism, no, no, no. They're three
Yep.
different entities.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if that threw Lori. Well, no, she's probably like, he didn't say Heavenly Father. So I'm just kidding. What else? Oh, whenever Todd was reading his victim impact statement, y'all, it was wonderful. It was impactful. It was from the heart. He didn't write anything down. He was just going to speak from his heart. And I always said he's a man of few words, and he is. But I'm so proud of him. I'm so very proud of my brother. He's come so far. So far.
This goes to what Judge Borowski said.
What's that?
When he said, people ask why Arizona wanted to prosecute these two cases when she already had 5 life sentences in Idaho. And I'm going to sum it up right now because he got the chance to come and speak for himself. He didn't have your mom saying Todd forgives you.
Yeah.
He got to come and speak for himself, and he got that closure, and he got that chance to address that was within him, to say to her, the person that took the life of his son. He got the chance to do that. That's why this was.
It's so healing. I mean, that's why. I'm not gonna say healing. It is for me. This whole thing was very cathartic. It has been. I'm just saying. I feel lighter. Although, I mean, just lighter. So I can only imagine that they do too. Everybody else does too. Don't speak for them, but I mean, I'm just so proud of him. I'm so freaking proud of him because, I mean, just not long ago, right before she went to trial with Uncle Charles and then Brandon, but my brother was in prison. And so he called Jason's phone and we talked on speaker. And I was like, he told me when he was getting out, and he was like, May, June, somewhere in there. And then they have to go on, he has to go on parole. And well, anyway, so he's been in a rehab. He's in a program right now. And so he was able to get a 36-hour leave. And so mom, but I mean, she like the next morning after the sentencing, so the 26th, maybe, she had already dropped Todd off back in North Louisiana. And I'm just like, damn, jet setter, like she was on this. And I think it was good for her too, for him to be there. I really do. I think that, I don't know. It just is the sense I got. But so Todd was talking about how he's saying, Lori, I've been in prison too, and you have 23 hours a day to relive those things. Oh, I can't. I suck at quoting people, but something along those lines. And Lori, unfortunately, I was like, because I'm looking at her face, she stared at us the whole effing time. But so she's like nodding in agreement, with Todd. And I'm just like, no, bitch, you don't get to relate here. Okay. No. You're missing. Never mind. It's just gone. Like, this isn't to validate you, Hooker. This is not what this is for. And that's like, she did that with Colby. She at first, right, and then she stopped she stopped doing her facial expressions, and at least they weren't as many. She was more still for Colby's. Larry's, she was like this, like, her investigators to her right, Pamela is on, Jeff White was in between her and Pam. And she's like, so Larry's to the left of her on that huge screen. And I mean, I'm sitting straight across, but I'm like, holy shit. Like I was in trouble, you know? Cause
Like, thank
I've
God
never
that's
seen
not
him
me.
scream like that.
Thank God that's not me. He's
Well, because
yelling at.
Colby didn't show up on the screen, but he said that he forgot to turn the judge said, unmute, and so he did, but he didn't turn his camera on. I thought maybe he was in the hospital, so he didn't want to, I don't know. I thought it was just personal choice or preference, but he just didn't know, so he rolled with it. So we didn't see Colby on that screen. So when Larry's up there, I'm like, whoa, he's in our laps, but he's really in her lap. But Larry's to the left of Lori, and so, I mean, she reacted the most to Larry's. I'll say that's my take on it. And he was like murderous, and she looked to the left, so there's nobody on the left of her, and so she just kind of, she didn't like it. But then like when he said that she poisoned him, she loves to look at her investigator. She loves to look at Pam. She loves to just throw those smirks and the jerks, like she said my uncle was. She was like, he's smirky and jerky. That's Lori. She's a projector.
So with the poisoning thing, this is what I've heard from other people, that supposedly she made him a fruit salad to take with him on the airplane, and he ate it on the airplane and made him like nearly deathly ill. Is that?
My mom had just bought a Saints hat, just to get your flying and stuff. And so Larry needed to throw up a lot. And so she was like, here. And Larry threw up in her hat. They had to end up, of course, throwing it away. But yeah, like he believed from that point, he didn't know why. I mean, this was well, I mean, I say long before, but no, it really wasn't in the grand scheme of things. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, there was all kinds of things that I was told or heard, even from some Rexburg people, like whenever I went there the first time, when was it? No, when I went there the second time for Lori's, she became competent. Okay. So it was like April something, 17th or something of 2021, I think. Yeah. 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 Thank you, Michelle. It was, yeah, he was just like, he only told me to unmute. So he unmuted, but then I'm so glad Colby got to talk. But anyways, back to, and I mean, again, these are just speculations. I don't know what to do with these. I don't want them anymore, but I also don't want people to, anyways, I'm just going to say that I learned that people from Chad Daybell's family, there was somebody who had shot at one of Chad's brothers, not Matt, but Brad, I think, allegedly. I'm just going to say, I think one of his windows was shot out around the same time that all this stuff was going on. Tammy getting shot at, Brandon getting shot at, just things like that. And maybe a creepy guy following a daughter or a niece of Chad's or something. Again, I don't pry. If people want to say something, they'll catch my attention, and it's just kind of some things, and I'm just like, this is, and they didn't come forward with it because they didn't want to, like, allegedly put themselves out there, because
right. There are so many questionable circumstances too. Like you have Joe Ryan's death, questionable, and then you have Tylee, who was always sick with what was it? Pancreatitis. So could that have been caused by something that she was being poisoned with, or?
And then Charles, so I was listening to Leah Satili's book again, When the Moon Turned Blood, and it's about the Daybell case. And I mean, God, it was a long book, but I was driving. And so I was just I like to refamiliarize myself with I like her book. I love her book. She's a good writer. She told this story really well. She went really deep into the prepper part of it and the apocalyptic part of Chad Daybell's belief and Lori's beliefs too. But anyway, so she refreshed my memory as far as like Christina Atwood said that Lori crushed up 10 Xanax pills and put them in Charles's shakes, you know.
Oh, that's right.
Hmm.
That's right. He had his.
And my two cousins, Zach and Cole, Charles's older sons, they reported back to their mom back, you know, when they were kids that, and they said mom, Lori and dad, you know, give us green lunestas or whatever NyQuil pills to go to sleep. So I mean, this is kind of a
Is
that's what
she
you
the
get.
one that is?
Like,
She's the one that would put whiskey in her baby's bottle to get the baby.
not well. Look, I'm just now remembering another one. Whenever JJ's babysitter from care.com went to visit, or I'm sorry, went to babysit JJ, whenever Alex and Lori went to the airport in Idaho Falls to pick up Melanie Gibb, who flew in on a Thursday. So she told the babysitter to give JJ one of his pills. Sometimes she gives them to him whenever he's getting on her nerves, basically. And so we know that Lori never got his what do you call it? Risperidol filled. So what was she giving him exactly? Was it melatonin? Was it not? It probably wasn't. The boy had GHB in his system, by the way. So there's that. We don't know what Tylee had in her system. We don't know if anything sexual happened to Tylee. We don't know where the rest of Tylee is. First off, there's that. I don't think they were murdered in those apartments. I'm sorry. Call me a skeptic. Just don't see where dismemberment can take place. Anyways,
Right.
I know it could happen to Chad's. I get it. But
And I still say Larry is suspicious too, because he mentioned in his statement, "Were you dancing around the fire?"
Amen.
You tell me that's not a Cole reference.
That is ritualistic as the day is long. That was good too. That was so powerful for me. Like I was just like, yeah, yes.
He went right on past to her sick dancing on the poles for Chad, but
no, it wasn't the poles. She was dancing. She had mirrors facing each other, even, you know, in her little dance room, and she's dancing to what, Christian rock or something. That's stupid. Christian.
By the way, I texted Lauren and she said we're okay to keep playing her interview with Nancy Joe without getting copyright stricken.
It's a good interview. It really is.
Shall we keep playing it?
Play it. I mean, I just need you to.
There we go.
Remove it. Okay.
I mean, I guess she did stop me when I was saying nice things about Charles. So I guess she could have stopped me when I was saying those things about her as well. But I might have just kept talking, even if she tried to stop me at that point.
Yeah. It was just such a brilliant mic drop moment, though, when you said that. Don't flatter yourself.
Well, it wasn't planned. It just
came out. I know it was honest. It was just a very honest moment. You're like, dude, don't flatter yourself. If you really want to go down this path, let's, yeah. Right. Well done. I think you really, I think having you testify was a shock to her too. I think she'd prepared for everything, but she didn't prepare for Nancy Jo Hancock. Just like,
I think this is the part where Nancy might say why she was the kind of witness she was. And I was like, wow, that's really, that's good. It's a good.
We weren't prepared for you. Everyone's like, wait, who? You know, Nancy Jo Hancock, what? And so I think it did the same thing to her.
I haven't, Native Daisy girl.
I purposely did a few things. So I knew I couldn't watch the trial. So I had my good friend watch the trial.
Idaho.
Smart.
But for the purpose of, I want to know what she's wearing. Because I did not want to wear anything close to what she was wearing.
So you're like, just watch the trial and tell me what she wears each day, which is pretty easy because it's on a rotation.
But I knew she was wearing dark colors. So I purposely wore pale pink because I wanted to wear something different than she was wearing. And that's really I mean, I did go back and watch every minute of the trial after I had testified because I knew I could then, but
Did she have a reaction to
for that
what,
purpose.
Gary? Oh, to the dancing by the fire thing. I mean, she reacted the most to Larry's, I believe. She did start like when Colby was reading, she was validated. She was nodding her head when Colby was saying that Charles was a good provider. My sisterhood, I forget. I'm not good at this. I don't have them memorized. So, do you have Colby's?
I do.
I mean, just because there was in the beginning of his victim impact statement, she was nodding like, just it was gross. She's disgusting, but we all know that.
Yeah. Do you want me to play that now?
Yeah. That way we can.
He was first, so I may have to like do a little bit of bloop bloop forward or backwards to
Bloop bloop.
bloop bloop.
Y'all did notice the nods? Yeah. And her face is what I picture mine to be because I'm a dead giveaway. I'd have to wear like a pillowcase and then maybe I'd be safe. But I was so scared to go to Idaho trial, just that was my first time ever being in a trial, first off. But I was not far from Lori, and it was just like I was like screaming in my head, like, why are we here? And we made some weird eye contact. It was very long and awkward, but I kind of just stared through her. I kind of like zoned out or went into it was weird again. And then after that, she didn't want to be there anymore. That was the day that the kids' autopsy photos were shown. And again, I'm not taking credit. I'm just saying, I wonder if she saw my family members in my eyes. I hope that she did, because I'll tell you what I did do on purpose this time. She kept looking at us anyways, and I would lock eyes with her and I would not break contact. I made that bitch break contact every time, and she did. Just saying. I was like, F you with my eyeballs. Do you have it pulled up or no? Got it. Okay.
Let's see if we're close.
Oh, and her hair bursting.
That you are guilty of count one.
Hold on.
When she first came into the courtroom, first time seeing her on this day, she comes through that door or the tank or whatever, and Mom's like, "Oh, bitch, did her hair," and I'm just like, "Oh, what the hell?" We're just like, meh, meh, meh. I didn't realize, and so Jen, wait, am I saying her name? Yeah, Jenny. She kept covering the microphones that are right there all along the jury box, right? And so I forget about them. I'm just burr, burr, burr. And so she
would have loved to hear those hot mic moments, though. We needed to hear those.
Oh, it sucked. I'm like, and I didn't even realize I was on camera. I was just focused. I can't explain it. It was just like I knew I had a job to do, and I went in and I just didn't even think about it. I was actually. Megan had sent me part of she sent me her statement that she would make. And, about the devouring mother, I asked her about it. I was like, is there anything you'd want to throw in? I can maybe sprinkle it. And so I got it at 7:30 that morning. And because I was driving, getting ready, I'm not a I can't multitasker anymore. Not like I used to be. It was just too much going on. So I never could just sit there and do things, I couldn't just work. Excuse me.
You and juror number 15, Carl, he couldn't do that either. He had to be on his phone. I still don't get that. I don't understand the judge allowing the jurors to have their phones in the jury box, but that's a whole nother issue. We're not going there. We'll go down here is where we'll go.
Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Some of the next of kin and victims speak, starting with the 2021 matter. We would like to first call a couple of people who are speaking virtually. Larry Woodcock should be on, no?
So it's going to be about a minute before they figure out that Colby's going to be the first
All right.
one.
While we wait to get him, is Bobby Vallow on? All right. We're also saying that's not on. Susan Vallow? Have we allowed people in? Yeah, we did send.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water.
All right,
They're hopping
Colby
on.
Ryan, I think, is the only one.
All right. Well, with that, Your Honor, so we'll start with the virtual. So since Colby is on right now, if we could have Colby Ryan speak first.
All right, Mr. Ryan, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Colby Ryan. I'm the son of Charles Vallow, the brother of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. I'm here to tell you what I've lost. Not only are my father, sister, and brother gone, but so is my mother. Starting 6 years ago, the horror began. During the middle of my workday, I was alerted that my father had passed away from a heart attack. I spent the whole day at work in shock. I spoke to my mother and felt that I needed to come and stop by after my shift. After a long conversation, she hesitantly agreed. When I arrived at her house, I found out that what she had told me previously about the heart attack was not the case. My father had been shot and killed in what was labeled self-defense. I saw how my sister fell into my stomach with her emotions and sobbed. My brother JJ was asleep. Afterwards, I came home to my wife, and our young baby sat on the floor and completely broke down. My life would never be the same. My sister was caught up in the middle of this hell. She was only 16 years old. My little brother was barely 7. Within a few weeks, life continued to move quickly. My little brother, in just one day, had his father ripped away from him, and so did my sister. No matter how tough Tylee tried to be, she was scared, and I know she was scarred. She held a burden that no teenager should ever have to endure. My father, Charles Vallow, cared for his family. He took care of our family, and he made sure we had a good life. He was a very generous man, and would give you the shirt off of his back. Here's the reality. In January 2019, I was told by my mother, Lori Vallow, that my father had been unfaithful to her for years. I was just shocked by this news. And Lori's actions sold the story. I naively believed her and thought that my father betrayed my family. Little did I know it was my mother having the affair all along.
So Kresha,
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on him calling Charles his father, even
He always
though
did.
even though we all know he wasn't his biological father, and not calling her his mother, calling her Lori Daybell?
Like, what does that mean for Lori? I don't know.
No,
but for
just in
yeah,
general.
I'm just kind of saying, like, I that's what she pushed, though, too. Just know that now that I'm thinking about it, she pushed for him to be a father, but then she'd tear it down. Then she'd go and try and be the whole hero, the savior, the God complex, y'all. That's what she does, and I mean, I always felt like that's what she did, like in all this, like she's got to be pitting them against one another because Charles, I mean, he's never said one ill word about Tylee or Colby or anyone else for that matter. I mean, I just don't see him being intentionally mean. I'm not saying that parents and their children don't have difficult relationships, because that would be a lie. Because relationships are difficult, especially when you are a hormonal teen, or if you're Charles and you're dealing with psychopath here, who's always creating chaos, or Tylee having to deal with chaos, but then wanting to take up for your mom. Like it's or Colby, I know that Colby and Charles got into it before. I mean, these things happen. I don't think he ever put his hands on them. Even Lori had said that. She said, "Oh, he almost did." I had to jump in between. And I'm just like, oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Captain Save-A-Ho. She is so rich. But I always looked at Colby as if he was my cousin. I mean, our family's not like that. I never looked at them as step anything different, not a part of us, not our team, somebody else's team. No, that's not how I was raised. I was raised with stepfathers, step grandmothers, and grandfathers. I have extra sets of grandparents. It's been a blessing, and I think the more people you have to love a child, I mean, how good can that get? You know, I mean, that how much better can it get? That's ideal. I think that's the whole purpose. It's when people pit other people against one another, and I've experienced that in this arena, I guess you could say. You know, like Larry and Mom, mainly Larry, though, whenever he was saying, where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids? He didn't differentiate if Tylee was not his granddaughter. We know she's not. We know. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. But it's the whole, I don't know. It was just as weird. He looked at her that way. I looked at her more like she was a niece because she's the same age, or Tylee was in, but no, I'm trying to think of ages here. Tylee was 3 when I met her, and my daughter was just born. So, you know, I mean, there's about a 3-year, 2.5 year age gap between Ashlyn, my daughter, and Tylee. And then my son, Zach, I have a Zach too. He's about the same. Well, he's about, how old is Colby? This is crazy. I think isn't he like 30? 29?
About that.
Because my son's 25. So I just don't, it seems like they were more close in age. But anyway, so I'm just saying, like, there was Zach, and then my Zach, you know, there's my cousin Zach, then my Zach, and then Cole, my other cousin, and Colby. Isn't that weird? Their names are kind of the same. Cole and Colby. And then there was Tylee. And then my little girl. I'm just saying they're about that generation, you know. So, and again, I didn't have nieces or nephews at that time. Did she call me it? No. Did I make her, you know, I mean, it wasn't like that, but she was just the same age as my little kids. So just kind of how you look at her, you know. I just don't see anything wrong with loving people, especially children. Like, it's adults, I think, who complicate things a great deal. Kids are pretty simple. Yeah. But I expect Colby to refer to Charles as his dad. I know exactly that feeling. And I mean, I've actually learned that Joe Ryan, you know, Colby's name was changed to Ryan whenever Lori married Joe. But refreshing myself with Leah Satili's book, When the Moon Turns to Blood, she had said in her book that Lori and Colby's dad were estranged at that time, and so she didn't put a father's name. I do believe so. And I remember thinking kind of the same thing for me. When I was growing up, I was 18 months old when my mom met Todd's dad. Okay. 18 months old. I mean, you're a baby, you know, so I didn't know anything different. That was my dad. And they changed my last name from Easton to Trahan. Okay. And I had to go by my legal name the other day.
So is Todd your full brother or your half brother?
Half brother.
Okay.
I was 8 years old when he was born. Dennis, his dad, was my stepdad, but he was my dad, you know, like, again, right. I was 18 months old, and then I had him all to myself, basically, because I was an only child till I was 8. Again, I always thought, you know, it's like, oh, was I adopted? Did you adopt me? You know? But no, it was just a name change, just like with Colby. There was just a name change. And so I go by
And-
Easton now because it's just right. It's my birth name. It's Kresha Easton. It's my real dad's name.
Well, but then Colby and Tylee and eventually JJ found their dad, like not their
Yeah.
father, not the bio
Well,
father, but they found their dad and your Uncle Charles. Like that,
again, I think a lot of people, I think it fits other people's narrative sometimes. If Charles and Tylee aren't close, I mean, I'm not saying that they didn't have their problems. I don't know. I was not there. I really don't know. I'd be lying if I said, but I just don't, I see people who need that, who need to, I don't know, cause strife or I don't pit people against one. I don't know how else to say that. So I think that as a stepfather, I think he did his duties, as a stepfather and took care of her. Now I know that Brandon baptized her in the church, but Charles didn't feel comfortable, according to Brandon. And maybe, I don't know if it's because he was kind of newly converted, okay, to the church at that time. I have no idea. I'd have to ask Brandon a little more about that. So, I mean, I have one of Tylee's patriarchal blessings here that was mixed in with Lori and Charles's stuff that ended up at my parents' house. And I was like, ooh, I want those patriarchal blessings. Let me see those. Mom's like, what is that? And I'm like, just give them.
don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It said Joe Ryan as her father. It listed Joe Ryan as her father. And this was like in 2000. Oh, hell, I'd be lying if I said 13, maybe. I don't know. 12. I don't know. I mean, not guess. But I don't know. We just, at least my family, as far as I know, as far as my experience goes, I don't see any preferential treatment of, like you don't belong. You go over there, sit in the corner with a dunce cap on. It's not like that. My family's very open, loving, especially to kids. I do have to say that.
Yeah.
Now the Trahan side, they're crazy. I'm just saying.
I had to call them out.
That's
You
where
just
the drama
called
was.
them out.
There's always, that side. But I mean, the Vallow side was always pretty loving, I'm not going to say normal because that's far from the truth.
What is normal though? Like
I don't
seriously,
know.
what is normal?
Oh, I like that random old lady. She says, my dad raised me. Doesn't matter who planted the seed. Right? That's beautiful. I love that I have had like different seasons of dads, like Larry's my dad to me too. I am so blessed to have Larry. Me and Todd both. I really am. Poor
Do
thing.
you want to tell everybody the story about when Larry came into the bar when you were drunk on the bar?
Yep. I think I might have already shared that before, but so back not long ago, no, back in the day, whenever I was a drinker, I thought I was an extrovert, and when I quit drinking in 2018, I quickly learned that was opposite of the truth, that I was a total introvert, and that was, of course, the liquid courage from the alcohol. And so I remember going to a bar one night. I'm actually sitting on the bar. Larry walks in, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?" And then I wake up and at my mom and dad's house, and I'm like, "Oh shit," like, "Oh well, yeah, here we are." Gotta face that. Still he never talked to me like he did Lori the other day, and I'm very grateful for that, because if he ever hollered at me like that, I'd probably poop myself. I'm just saying. He's never raised his voice at us. I mean, again, I was like, what? My son was just born, so I was like 21 or 20. I was like 22 whenever I met Larry, so I was kind of out of the weeds a little bit. But he's been good to my kids. I mean, that's Pawpaw, and that's. I mean, I would call him dad. I mean, I sometimes do. That's Larry, Mom and Larry, and he has been so good to my mom, and I think and to us kids. and I have stepbrothers, 3, and I have 1 stepsister. They have a lot of kids. There's a lot of step nieces and step nephews. I'm saying that because I'm not around them a lot. And I'm just saying that so y'all know what I'm talking about. But JJ was my only biological nephew or niece. Like I don't have, Todd has no more children. I do have another half brother. Actually have 3 more half brothers from my dad's side. But Todd and Eric, my 2, they're actually born the same year. 1 in April, 1 in September. So I had 2 brothers and 2 half brothers, and when I was 8. Neither one of them have had any more children. But Lori, I remember this, and it really freaked me out. So, okay, so Mandy is JJ's biological mother, right? That was Todd's long-term girlfriend. My experience with them is that they're good people, just not together. Okay. Very toxic. And I mean, I learned Mandy lived, she was a very spiritual person. Like she would quote things from the Bible, and I'd be like, I don't know what that means. Break it down for me, please. But I mean, she had a good relationship with God. And my brother, he was a good person too. Again, just not together. The best thing that came from Todd and Mandy's relationship was my nephew. And then they would, break up, get back together, break up, get back together. Well, so Uncle Charles and Lori adopted Canaan. He was born Canaan Todd. But they changed his name to Joshua Jackson when they adopted him. And well, Mandy got pregnant again, except it was not from our brother. And she was actually a little mixed child, a mixed baby. And a little girl. And I don't remember what year this was. I have no basis for this. Like, I don't know which, I couldn't tell you if I tried. It was after JJ was born for sure. And he was born in 2012. So somewhere in between after that. But Lori had told me that her and Uncle Charles were trying to adopt JJ's half sister, and she wanted to name her Tabitha. I remember that. And I didn't remember that again until the kids were missing, and then they were found in Chad's backyard. And then you quickly realize, oh my God, that little girl is still alive because that adoption did not go through. And there weren't 3 graves dug on Chad Daybell's property, because I believe that's exactly where Tabitha would have been. Tabitha, or the little girl, JJ's half sister, is still alive today. And she's, with an adoptive family, and I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. It's, yeah. I don't know. Things didn't have to be the way they did, but they did.
Right. And Colby has had to go through and endure a lot of this, just the same as you.
He's had to, well, no, I mean, I at least had my mother, I had my father, I had bonus father.
And I don't mean the
like,
same, like identical as you. I mean, like,
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just kind of, I've always wanted to know, like, I remember even going to counseling a long time ago when I was like, probably about 12 or 13, maybe. And I still have this. It's a poster board. And me and my counselor sat on the floor, and we put my name in the middle. And then we it's like the biggest mind map, of the relationship, the family all around me. And because it's like you kind of don't know who I am. Like, where do I fit into this? Because it's like roots need to be planted. and you know what I'm saying? I hope. You kind of don't feel like you don't belong.
Right. And Colby has to feel kind of maybe the same way from time to time.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Do you want to continue?
I'm so grateful for
testimony?
Kelsey. I just want to thank Kelsey. Kelsey, I love you.
Kelsey. Kelsey.
That's Colby's wife. And I think that
okay.
she got him to, in my opinion, I believe in God. I do. But I don't belong to any church or sect or whatever. It's between me and him. Whether it's a him, a sky, I don't know who him is. I'm just saying I believe in higher power. And Colby being LDS, being taught by Lori. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was his mother, influential in his life, and she taught him about God and Jesus and all the things. And I'm grateful for Kelsey because she's Jesus's favorite, Lori. You know? You know what I'm saying? I didn't expect that, did you?
Zing.
Mhm. It is so sad. It is. It really is, because, you know, I imagine that Colby is wise. And I mean, whether I will never judge him for this, ever, ever, ever. I will always love you, Colby. You know, like, I can only share what I see from afar. You know, I'm always here. I'm always your big cousin. Okay, I'll beat some asses. I will. I will go to jail. I'll bond you out once. That's it. But I mean, like, not even being able to go to his grandparents. I'm very proud of him for doing that. That's also strong, because that's like the next, I would say, I don't want to say best thing, familiar thing, other than his mother. So, and I mean, he was in the same proximity as Janice for sure. Maybe Barry, I'm sure. And the Netflix series, the next Netflix documentary. Good night, Hawkeyes. But I mean, I'm just proud of him for facing all this. This is a lot. It's a lot for me to handle, and I'm nowhere near it.
Right.
Where
And I see him in a similar way. And once again, this is me on the outside looking in, as I do Todd. And that is, he's a human being. Todd's a human being.
Yep.
We've all made our mistakes, and we all have to pay for our mistakes in one way or another, whatever that means. And
accountability is what that means, Joe.
yeah. We all have to face the accountability. And I think that Todd and Colby have done an amazing job of facing the accountability for their past. Like, just as a human being, just as another man on this earth. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that and respect that a lot.
I really have always, like, again, when I was 8 years old when my brother was born. I was a lonely child. I had to have a vivid imagination and entertain myself and soothe even my own wounds inside, you know, like, just kind of self-soothe, you know, like, sometimes parents can be there physically, but they're not mentally there. And I don't think it's intentional. I really don't. I think it's generational, and it's a learned behavior, and you do what your parents taught you, and then you do that to your kids, and you're like, oh shit. Hopefully you say that. Hopefully you reflect and can identify these things in yourself so that you can break the cycle, because that's the most important thing I can do for my kids and my posterity, you know, is to break and at least acknowledge it. I can't go back and change anything, but at least I broke a cycle and I'm aware of it. And you can only try to adjust, and you know when you're doing it, you know.
Yeah. Can we watch Todd's statement?
Yes.
Can we do that? I would love to do that.
Yeah. I love how he asked the judge if he could, but I thought he would turn. I was like, oh. He looked like, oh wait, he looks like he's going to right here when he's walking up, there's a woman. I don't know if it was Trina or I thought it was Nicole, but it looks like he's about to beat her down. I mean, just the way he's like, I don't know, the way it looks from this angle.
He's got a look on his face.
And I'm just like, whoa, watch out. She's little. It just is interesting.
Sir, you want to come up to this podium right here?
Look out, don't run her over.
Right about here. I'm like, whoa, dude. Good night, Debbie.
You're Todd Trahan.
Yes, sir.
And what would you like to tell me, sir?
I was asked to address Lori, if
All
I
right.
can.
Go ahead.
Lori.
All right, so I just got to say that was pretty freaking awesome of Judge Boreski, because you're supposed to dress. God damn it, my camera. Oops.
Sorry.
You're supposed to address Judge Boreski. You're not supposed to address Lori. But right off the bat, he's like, "Can I address Lori?" And Judge
That's
says,
what I had
"Yep."
to do while sitting in the chairs over there. Was I had to throw my impact statement into ChatGPT and say, change the tent, change, don't address Lori. And so I did that while I was sitting there, and I threw Megan's actually it threw the whole thing in there. And I read like a little paragraph of it. And then I'm like, I start reading and I'm like, I'm gonna skip it down. I got to credit Megan. I was just trying to, I didn't want to read her whole thing. That was a very important part, I do believe, and I didn't say her last name. I mean, just so many things that I don't know. I fumble over my words as it is. It's very intense.
He didn't ask ChatGPT. He just asked Judge Boreski, "Can I address Lori?" And Judge B said, "Yep, go ahead."
And he did.
He did it the easy way.
Why didn't Mom do it?
Right?
Turn around. Oh,
Turn
man.
around,
I was, y'all, my
Brad.
mom, I'll tell you in a little bit. Don't remind
Not
me.
now? Okay.
I mean, I need to, or I'll forget. That's my thing. Okay, so the whole time Mom was up there, it was, it looked to me like, you know how cats play with balls of yarn? It's like Mom was up there and she was just, she would say what she had to say, but then she would catch her breath. She would take a sip of water. She would just kind of, I mean, it just seemed like she was very loose. And I don't know. I don't know how to explain that, but
she had a plan.
It looked like Lori, she was just playing with a ball of yarn.
She had a plan and she executed her plan.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest telling sign to me was like after she was done with her personal statement and then she went to go read JJ's letter, she went, okay.
Yeah.
And then she went to go get the letter. And then
I didn't know that. I didn't know she had that. I was like, what is she doing? And I mean, I was like, Todd started bawling. I mean,
yeah.
How that is so. I don't really watch everybody's victim statements. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never watched trials, first off, before any of this happened. But I wonder, that's pretty smart to do. It's very, very impactful. That's got an impact to it.
So somebody told me that they just passed a law in Arizona that allows for that allows for letters to be read from victims that are no longer alive. And if that's the case, then that's a pretty freaking awesome law.
Yeah. I wanted to find, my Uncle Charles had, and this is something I found early on, like before the kids were even found. A lot of my Uncle Charles's stuff was over there. And like I said, I'm a digger, but I'm not a prior. And so there was like a book that was bought. It was of the temples. And I believe that Lori purchased it about the temples when they would go to temples to be translated or whatever the hell. And so we know that we learned that Chad flew in and they parlayed in Houston, Texas, right there where Uncle Charles was. One weekend, Chad came in and was, what I'm saying, they were having their affair, and I believe they visited a temple. And so this book is, I have it over there. It's about temples, and so I'm like, I bet you her and Chad, or she bought it. Chad didn't buy shit. He was just, yeah, he was just there for the party, I guess. But so I picked up some things, I'm just like, I have a letter, like it was just balled up, and it was from Zach Cox to my Uncle Charles. And this was like in 2018. I'm assuming whenever Zach lived with Uncle Charles and Lori, and it was a cute little letter. And he was just thanking Uncle Charles for being such a stand-up guy. And Zach really looked up to him and taught Zach how to be a good father and a good provider and a good husband and a man of God, just those kind of things. And he really did look up to my Uncle Charles. He was very respectful. He thanked him. He was like, at the end, he was like, I'm really going to miss $10 Subway, footlongs or whatever, just goofy stuff. And it was balled up. And I feel like Lori, whenever her and Colby went to my uncle's house in Houston after he was shot and killed. And, she packed up Charles's truck full of whatever, computers and whatever. And then she parked it where Alex had left the effing country, y'all. He went to Colombia right after he shot my uncle. Was the $35,000 that Lori stole or whatever? Did she steal it? Is it stolen if it's you and your husband's joint account? It's wrong. But $35,000 disappeared out of their joint checking account. And I mean, how do we know that Alex didn't get paid? How do we know he didn't go to Colombia and buy hookers? I mean, that seems par for the course with this one. He's into sex stories.
What kind of hookers? What was his Google search?
Colombian hookers. Oh, trannies. Yeah, John Thomas asked for it. And Vince Kayakamanu was like, you sure? You want to know what else he Googled after Tammy's murder? Trannies. And they were like, oh, readjust. Let's move along. I was like, whoa. Yeah, it was wild. This is some wild people, y'all. But yeah, so Colombia, and I mean, I think Rex even admitted this a long time ago, if I'm remembering right. So just know I remember something along these lines about Rex maybe going. Alex would go to Colombia to find a wife, allegedly. That's the family story. And I remember somewhere down the line, Rex saying that he went too. And then I think about Tim Ballard and his whole sex trade, and anti-trafficking. Invert that, and it's trafficking. Anyways, not far from each other, in my opinion. All right, let me shut up. I'm hungry. I'm starting to ramble. Thank you, Danny. Glad you're back.
Uncle Charles was a man of God, love. He knew God because he loved everybody around him. I trusted y'all with my family, the only son I had, because I couldn't give him the life that y'all could give him. I gave him up for y'all to raise him. I deal with the regret. I've dealt with the torment of making that choice. I'm here today to forgive you. I know what it's like to be in prison. I was in prison when y'all got the rights to my son. I know what it's like. Once you get done with this court and you go sit in that cell, you got to relive everything that you did. I hope for you that you understand the truth of what God did on the cross because God died not only for me, he died for the unlovable. People that the world thinks shouldn't, they judge. I hope you understand the truth before you die. You still have a chance. You don't have to live evil the rest of your life. You can turn from that. You ask God to come into your life and show you his love, and it'll transform you. I want to thank the court for letting me get up here and say these things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm so proud of him.
Give me our camera. All right. Come on. No.
Hey, get out of my frame. I'm just being- Get in your frame. Freeze frame. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, he's straight to the point. But he's talking about prison. He's talking about, I know what it's like. And she's being validated. And I'm just like, shut up with your talking head, like, stop it, bobblehead. It's not to validate you. I don't believe she goes to her cell and reflects on anything. I think that missed her. And it continues to miss her. But like Todd said, she still has a chance. She doesn't have to be evil and live evil the rest of her life. And this is true. It's a choice and a consequence. And until that shelf breaks, she'll never come to terms with what she did. Ever. So it's sad because as a human being and somebody who believes in God, higher power, I believe that it's not too late for her, Chad, and I mean, in this story, right? It's never too late to confess, clean your heart, and accept Jesus or God, whatever, and change. Like, but you have to want that. You have to see something wrong with yourself. And I think that Lori is absent of that. I don't know how did she fake that? Like, what is that? Is that the chameleon part? I mean, because she looked like she had empathy to me. She showed emotion, but was she narcissistic all the time? I really question these things. Like, I don't know. Does it get worse? I don't know. That's what I need, Megan.
Yeah. I have questions for Megan too. Maybe she can answer them for all of us, because I have questions about forgiveness, about really horrible, evil things that people have done.
Joe, forgiveness is about you. It's not about her.
No, not me forgiving her. I'm talking about her.
Like Todd. Yeah. Like Todd forgiving her. That's for them. That's for him.
Right. No, right. No, what I'm talking about is if she ever does come to Jesus, if she ever does have that come to Jesus moment. Yes, like a real life, oh man, I want to confess my sins type of thing. Yeah. Like supposedly Jeffrey Dahmer had in prison before he was brutally raped by a mop and unalived. And
I know. I mean, this has kind of been my way. Maybe this will help you. I don't know. Maybe I'm very backwards. Could be it too. But I look at it like I have no say so. I have no control over the choices that Lori made. She put herself where she is. And I'm grateful that I do not have that job of judging her. That's not my place. Like, she's dead to me. Like, no one's home. Like that's a carcass. And so I don't know where my aunt went. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I'm not saying she's not in her body. I'm not saying anything weird like that. I'm just saying, like, nobody's there. Like, she's not the same person that I met, loved, trusted. She's not the same person that presented that mask to me, you know, if that, whatever. I wasn't looking. She never gave me a reason. Now, I was dating a guy, I've told you this, at that time in 2014, and he was like, that bitch is crazy. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And he saw it, and I mean, I just say crazy knows crazy because he was wild. But I mean, that's something that it wasn't on my radar, you know, it just kind of threw me off when he said that. And I get it now.
Yeah. So it's not my job or
Okay.
your job to judge anybody. That's not our job. But from a
society,
theological from a theological standpoint.
No, it's still not your job.
No, it's not my job, but I'm still curious. Like, if you commit these horrible, horrible acts against children, like, and then somewhere down the road, you ask for forgiveness and you become contrite and you come to Jesus, like, does God, like, literally forgive you and allow you into heaven? And
I mean,
if you're LDS,
that's the family story. I mean,
if you're LDS, which level of heaven does he let you into? Is the celestial kingdom the celestial kingdom? Which
she'll have
level?
to do the celestial for 1,000 years, and then she'll get to level up, and then she can minister to both. You know, I'm
like Super Mario Brothers, you got to level up.
Insane, right? But I have, and I have a lot of empathy right here, a lot of compassion for all the, because I mean, I would go and look at these blogs, these LDS blogs of active members, and they're discussing these very deep things, very personal things. And my mind is blown because they're talking about the three glories of heaven, which is the celestial is the bottom. That's basically here on earth now, from my understanding. Like Chad and Lori wanted to get rid of the celestial relatives in their lives that were the obstacles, okay? So they could be together. Whatever God that is not the same one that the one that a lot of us know, I believe. Or good moral compass, you know, like that you're missing it, you know. And so it's the celestial's the bottom, terrestrial's the middle, and then celestial is the highest kingdom of glory. But I even think that, you know, learning about the second anointing and how it's secret yet sacred, it's a secret sealing ordinance that I believe is spiritual wifery. I do believe that Lori and Chad are of that club. And I believe that's exactly because if you take part in a second anointing, I don't know. I don't make the rules. There are no rules really. The only rule about the second anointing is there are
no rules. We don't talk about the second.
We don't talk about second anointing. Fight Club, you know, like that's it. Like, and it's so secretive and it's kept away from general membership. So a lot of people don't know this. I didn't know this. I didn't know that Latter-day Saints members, you know, I didn't know that there was a church house, a meeting house. And then there's the Temple Mormons. Okay. That's Lori and all her casting out friends and, you know, Melanie Gibb. And no, I mean, Tammy was a member too. Brandon is too. I mean, you strive to be a temple worthy, they say. There's two different things going on here for sure in looking through that lens. So you have your general membership who are just, I think, probably, that's because I don't want to offend anybody, because that's not a good way to say that, because I think Brandon's a beautiful person. You know, I think Nancy Joe's a beautiful person. They show it. They show by example. They exhibit the qualities that I believe make them godly people. You know, Uncle Charles did the same thing. Anyways, not perfect. Just saying, you know, this is kind of how I'm looking at it, or I'm trying to. But spiritual wifery is polygamy. And I think that's what happened. I think that's what had to have happened in order for Lori to say all the things that she said to my uncle. I'm a god, or goddess. I'm a leader of the 144,000. The world's going to end next year. Ushering in the second coming of Jesus Christ. I'm exalted. I don't have to eat, sleep. Translated beings. I've looked all this stuff up. And it is part of the 144,000 that LDS do teach. It's in the Bible too. So long as it's translated correctly. But she was exalted in her mind. She maybe went through I'm thinking she went through an ordinance with Chad. And I think that's detailed in the James and Elena story. Chad details it. It's gross. Wine fire is born. It's fucking nasty. Oh, and that puts them, they then become members of this elite. Hey, you're going to make it to the new world. Okay, the new Zion, the new Jerusalem. You got your 2 tickets to paradise. You're exalted. You got in. And it is in this lifetime. And I don't think it's heaven. I think it's something more sinister than that. But that's me. So I've tracked these people down.
Yeah, you know what the main difference is between all of these contortions, and I'm going to call it theological twister. They're playing twister. They're like, you put your left arm here, and you put your right leg there, and you put your right arm there, and you put your left leg there, and then maybe you can win.
Yeah.
Your Uncle Charles had the key to all of Christianity solved when he said love always wins. That's what Christianity is. Love always wins. It doesn't matter if it's Mormon or if it's Catholicism or if it's non-denominational or Baptist or Methodist. Love is about what Christ was about.
Right.
And when people like Chad and Lori made it so you had to contort yourselves to be able to fit into their exaltation, their level of exaltation and glory, it's like it messed everything up.
And they're so tightly wound, like that's perfect. That's perfect. Because they are so, and I've had that same kind of thought with like Ruby and Jody and Lori and Chad and Alex and Melanie and Zelena, all these people that are LDS, going to the temple recommend holding active members of the church, tithe paying, all that stuff. Okay. They teach children. I mean, that's scary as all get out. Okay. My thing. Oh man. I forgot.
They're contorting themselves to try and achieve
they're
perfection.
like a busted can of biscuit. Like they're just ready to go pop. And so I'm waiting on the next one. It's like a whack-a-mole, you're just like, oh, got James Craig. And I'm not, this is everywhere. And it's not, look, I did hear Nancy Joe say something about how, and I understand, I get what she's saying about, you don't hear when these crimes happen, oh, it was a Catholic man, killed his wife, or what, oh, he was LDS. You hear that. You do. I mean, I saw it here first. I'm just saying. And I got to think about what my, but when you have someone like Lori and Chad and Alex and all the people, when you have Melanie, all these people who are doing heinous things and inverting Jesus Christ or the teachings of, what I'm saying, like inverting the goodness of the world and doing it to do evil deeds, to harm people, to kill people, to get gain, Gaddy Anton, right? I keep losing my train of thought. You can't say that Lori and Chad and them are a cult and not have the religion be brought into it. Like that's, you can't. But that's something that Chad and Lori and company did.
Yeah.
And
you can talk about the sex, and you can talk about the money, you can talk about the life insurance policies, but none of that would have resulted in what it resulted in without.
You have to have that it's the driver. It is the vehicle. I'm sorry, the vehicle that gets that person there. And I've learned that because of like Sean Diddy Combs, in my opinion. He uses hip hop and fame. Okay. That's his church, so to speak. You've got the Scientologists who use whatever vehicle, you know what I'm saying? Like the country music, it doesn't matter. Like pick your poison. And that's people find loopholes all the time. And they pluck them, you know? So I used to be all about in like creating new laws in my family's names, you know, to remember them, like the Amber Alert, like just Charles Vallow, domestic violence, you know, like those kind of things. But then I'm like, you know what? We don't enforce the ones that we have. Okay, there's so many people loopholing out of these things. Why can't I mean we're just creating more and more and more laws for us to have to abide by. And I mean, I'd rather make something count than, you know, that's already in existence that that could work if it just, you know, I don't know how that all that works, but I'm just trying to think about that. I don't know. Kind of like nonprofits. There's so many out there who do need the money, who aren't doing nefarious things with their 501c3 tax exempt status. There are people who really like Lauren's Life Academy, that Web Sleuths raised money for their 24-hour live. That was so beautiful. And to hear Margaret Trevelyan, she's I forget, not CEO, but she's over Lauren's Life Academy where JJ went to school. And I felt like she allowed me to get to know my nephew more. Like that was like the most beautiful gift. And I've been waiting on that for so long. Just she humanized him so much. And I could
And
picture
your uncle Charles as well.
And yes, like, and she kind of confirmed how she said it, Lori, the family was fine until it wasn't fine. Like it just, I don't know. And so that's been my experience too. Like Megan's experience has been Lori her whole life, but I didn't know Lori her whole life, you know? So I don't doubt that. And then learning all these things in hindsight has been alarming. And it's like trying to drink water out of a fire hose or whatever while doing a keg stand, you know, like it's crazy and you'll drown in it. But it has, and I mean, this is something that I had a dream, right? I'm Julie Rowe, I'm just saying I had a dream not long, I want to say it was after the kids were found, but anyway, so it was my Uncle Charles, and he said our debt, no, it was before the kids were found, because I remember, like, you know, Tyler and JJ, they're missing, they're not dead, you know, confirmed. But in my dream he said our deaths will uncover something far more dark and far more sinister. And I remember waking up and I was just like thinking to myself, you know, how you're just kind of coming to, and I was just like, zombies and zombies, you know, it's pretty damn dark. And then I started I started peeling back more and more of this.
Wait, no,
Mormonism layer.
you can't just go on past that.
I did it.
Like,
I did it.
say it again.
Mm-hmm.
This was in a dream, and this is your Uncle Charles speaking.
Our deaths will. Mm-hmm. I don't talk like it's hard for me to pronounce like these things.
Was
together.
he speaking to you, or was he just like saying something? He was.
I mean, I
I
don't remember seeing him, or you know, like I just know. Oh, I have a voice
right.
like Chad. Oh shit!
Right.
And it's Uncle Charles. Oh God! I know I'm picking. But yeah, I mean, I just remember his voice. He has a very distinct voice, you know, and he just said, our deaths will uncover something far more dark, far more sinister. And that was it. And I woke up and I thought about zombies and I was like, that's pretty effing dark. Okay. And then I saw stories about Operation Underground Railroad. I saw stories about David Hamblin and the murderous, child abusing, ritualistic, cannibalistic cult right there in southern Utah where Chad came from.
You found the
Chad
paste
Canyon.
memo.
There's so, I mean, and I'm just a drop in a bucket, right? I mean, there's so many people who have been harmed by these systems. There's so many people who are still being harmed by these systems. My family is in this unfortunate statistic now, you know, like they've been harmed by people using faith. It doesn't matter what faith, it's all of God, allegedly, right? Like I just want to be a human. I don't want to belong to, I don't know. I think that's where, this is just my opinion. I'm not, anyways, just know I'm saying it with a genuine heart, but I think Mormonism does a really great job of intertwining God with the church. They intertwine that with Joseph Smith. So when people have a faith crisis and they leave the church and they really see it for what it is, the system that is just not about forever families, eternal families, not about eternal marriages, that is all about money and real estate and how tall they can put a fucking temple in a town that is just like, what? They're very disrespectful people in the leadership for sure. But where was I going with that? I do this a lot. I ran off with the damn temple height. You can tell I've been watching Mormonish, right? Oh, they intertwine it so good, so well, that when a person does leave the church, they leave God too. And so that's a victory for Satan. So, I mean, it's a victory, you know, because it pulls people away from God, period. You don't have to have a middleman. You don't have to have a church. There's no true church here on earth. True church is you. It's your heart. God knows your heart. Love always wins. God is love. Love always wins. It's very simple. God is not complicated. People complicate things. People like to control other people through force, fear, money. It's just manipulation, exploitation.
Right.
I hate that. That hurts my heart.
The Mormon church is like really good at that, because if you
have to pay 10%.
If you if you deny your testimony, your quote unquote testimony,
you're in a plastic.
That the quote unquote the church is true and that Joseph Smith was a prophet of God, if you deny that, then you will be cast into outer darkness for all of eternity.
Oh, but if you're Chad Daybell and you embrace that, you will also still be a member of the church. I'm just picking.
Yep.
I mean, he did for a long time. He was serving in the church. He was serving right there with the bishop. He was a ward clerk. He had keys to the damn meeting house where Alex laid in wait. Another church where Alex felt comfortable enough to lay there and wait until he could go murder somebody, the next victim. So tell me I didn't ask Goel and it was hard for me to ask Goel this investigation in ritual abuse. I was like, he's a Mormon, you know, and I'm just like, oh my God, I don't want him to hate me, you know? And I was like, I just feel like, what if Chad, Lori, and Alex, what if they all drag their victims through that church or whatever, some upside down, obviously inverted ceremony, ritual, whatever the hell you want to call it. And he was like, well, he didn't even skip a beat. He didn't even make me feel weird. He was just like, well, you'd have to have probable cause, you know, like and I was just like, whoa, I couldn't get past just even asking him because it sounded so blasphemous. It is so Mormon, you know, like I'm not trying to poo-poo on anybody, you know, I'm not like, but you have to talk about these things in order to get to the bottom of it. And
you have
they
to
get
talk
really
about
offended.
difficult things.
They get really offended.
Yeah.
And I want to see the church take up for them like I see all these good people take up for the church. I really do. You tired, Joe?
A little bit, but one of the most disturbing things about all of this Chad and Lori bullshit and the Mormon Church to me is the fact that they have never one single time did they help to look for them when they were missing, and did they distance themselves from Chad and Lori in an official way ever.
No, they threw themselves in it, Joe. I think they obstructed justice, in my opinion. They affected the jury pool in the Rexburg area. They definitely had their hand in this. You just have to kind of, I mean, I don't care. But don't interject yourself either. We need to go over those documents one day, and they do have to do with Lori's appeal in Idaho. And I would love to go over them, knowing what I know now about Curtin McConkie, about the church, about Lori. I mean, just about all the things. When she
Sounds
went,
like we have a plan for next Tuesday, maybe.
Yeah, see you next Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, for real.
So now we have two choices. We have two videos up. We can continue watching. We can continue watching Nancy Joe, or we can watch your victim impact statement.
Oh God. I'd much rather. We're at 3 hours now, so we're gonna watch mine because I want to show you where Megan's part is. I'm sure y'all know though. I wish she was here because I couldn't see her behind me, right? And I want to know if she reacted, how she reacted. I mean, mine's whatever. I like what Dr. John said. It made me feel really good when he said that I humanized Uncle Charles. I brought him to life, and it reminded me of what you say. And I'm just like, how?
Yeah, I'm no professional, but I know that.
I couldn't, y'all know I can't breathe. So I'm up there and I'm like, and I'm emotional, and I'm just like, it's so much pressure there. I mean, for me, it was like, if I could have gone up there and given myself a little time to catch my breath and just relax, then I would have not been. I mean, my mouth was like turning into a sand pit. I was like, I'm so thirsty. And he was staring dead at me the whole time. And I'm like, when you gonna help? No, I'm not. But he really was engaged. He gave me more like confidence, like, because I would look up at him and I don't know, I just kind of got a little more confidence.
Right. He wasn't just like staring off into space.
No, it
like
wasn't weird. It was very engaged. I'm listening to you. And he did that with everybody. And I can't thank him enough. Thank you, Judge Bresky. She's done. Right.
Justin B.
Kresha?
Yes.
What would you like to say?
And he said my name right.
All right. Let's see. My name is Kresha K. Trahan, and I stand before this court today as a voice for the shattered remains of my family. A family that has been ruthlessly decimated. Not only were lives stolen, but also our peace, our trust, and the very fabric of what a family should be. Charles, my uncle, and my mother Kay's beloved brother, was so much more than just a relative. He was a cornerstone of our family. I remember his infectious laugh.
I love that, Angela.
Jokes, his unwavering optimism, and his genuine care for everyone around him. He had a way of making everyone feel seen and valued. I gotta catch my breath.
I gotta talk all the time.
One of my fondest memories is how he was always there for my mother, his sister, Kay. Their bond was incredibly strong, and they supported each other through everything. He was the kind of man who would drop anything to help someone in need. The news of his death in July 2019 shattered me, and it sent shockwaves through our entire family. It was sudden and incomprehensible. My mother, Kay Vallow Woodcock, his sister, was also devastated. The pain of losing her brother was immense, and it was a wound that has never fully healed. It's hard to see your own mother go through these kind of things because it's something you can't fix. For me, it felt like a light had gone out in the world. We relied on his steady presence and his ability to bring people together. The initial grief was compounded by the horrific circumstances surrounding his death. To learn that his own wife was involved in his demise was a betrayal of the deepest kind.
I thought I got really loud, but
it added a layer of anger and disbelief to our sorrow. The questions of why and how haunted us, turning our grief into a constant ache of injustice. We now know the chilling extent of the premeditation. Records on Chad Daybell's Gmail account show searches for Ned Schneider, 1996, Death, Louisiana, and bodies possessed after original occupant dies, as early as January 28, 2019.
Are you bringing the receipts? You're bringing the receipts.
Yeah, I tried. Because it's so calculated. It's gross. They're gross, anyways.
Yeah,
we all know. I do laugh when I'm nervous. That's why I laugh here all the time. It sucks too. It's like a, yeah. And I've always looked growing, huh?
It's like a yeah.
Yeah, it's like a yeah. I mean, growing up, how do I say this? Again, I was 8 years old when my brother came along, so I was the oldest, and so when my mom and dad went through their divorce and everything, I was stuck in the middle, and it was very intense and awkward. And so I would try to crack jokes to break up the seriousness. It was heavy and uncomfortable, and so I do that too. And I know that I don't know how to change that, but I mean, I love to joke and have fun and whatever, but
you need to change it.
No,
you don't need to change it. You be you.
Yeah.
You be you.
Yeah. It is very weird to hear your voice in a microphone when you're not used to. Actually, it's weird to hear your voice in a speaker. I can't stand my voice, but people tell me I sound just like my mom. She argued with me whenever I took the bus video of JJ, Larry, and my bonus son Silas. She was like, that's me. I'm like, pay your bills. I was like, no, you were helping Uncle Charles pack. That is me. That's my video. Came out of my phone. And I mean, she was like, no. And I was like, yes, it was. And I was like, so yeah, we do sound alike, I guess.
A little bit.
It could be worse. I could have a mother like Lori, and thank you, Jesus. Oh, poor Tylee, man. And why would Melanie be looking at Lori like she is some kind of prize or something? And Chad, as she was calling him dad or daddy, like that's what Trina K said. I don't know. I don't think she was. I've always heard that Melanie Boudreaux was more manipulative than Lori. I don't know. I don't know her. Never met her. But holy shit, if so. I just feel
This
I
was
want
before
I want Brandon's kids to be safe. I even want Melanie and Ian's baby boy, or not a baby anymore, but son to be safe as well. I don't want any more children being hurt in the process of this adjudication system process. People need to be held accountable, though.
Yes, they do.
Girls was ever referred to as Ned Snyder. This revealed a calculated descent into her delusion. Charles was fighting for his life and for his children's future long before his death. On February 20th, 2019, Charles called Banner Life to change his beneficiary to my mother, Kay,
I messed this up.
specifically for his special needs son, and to place a PIN code on his account. He was clearly concerned about someone accessing his account.
Someone,
Just 6 days later, on February 26, 2019, he called again to finalize the change, but couldn't provide a password he had never set. That's how distraught he was. He had never set the password. I mean, he had set the password and forgot that he had set the password.
You know, could be.
Growing angry as he suspected fraudulent access.
He was so frustrated.
From March 19th to March 21st, 2019, even while Charles was alive and still married, his wife and Chad Daybell traveled from Idaho to Arizona together, as evidenced by tickets in her iCloud account. On March 21st, 2019, she was back at the Four Points Sheraton in Mesa using their Wi-Fi, all while plotting and believing in twisted narratives. Her so-called spiritual beliefs were nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse for murder, justification for murder.
Added that. And he was like,
The names
I
used
thought
for
he did
Charles,
that.
Ned Schneider, it blows, he blows, we don't know.
We don't
Were
know.
born from Chad Daybell's internet searches. Zalema's cellular phone records paint a disturbing picture of the generated belief system, with discussions about Chad's so-called.
Wait,
Should have mentioned Melanie.
What are you doing calling out Zuzu?
That's why I said I should have mentioned the Melanies too. There's too many damn witches or wenches, whatever the hell, bitches. There's too many of those casting out and
Gifts
wishing people
to cast out dark spirits,
that
Right.
remove swords,
Yep.
and place spiritual armor. This was all a grotesque fabrication designed to justify heinous crimes. There was talk of healing quicker and reversing age, for Christ's sake.
Yes.
Oh, wow. While actively plotting the deaths of innocent people that trusted her.
Did you just take a double sigh? You saw
Oh, boy, I
yourself
can't
sigh
breathe.
and then you
I
sighed.
can't breathe. As I'm poking a cigarette, can't breathe.
I have to breathe too, though. Let's all
Yeah,
breathe
laugh
together.
out loud laughing because it's weird shit you have to talk about. I got that part. Oh, it is just drenched in that. Okay. You can't get around this thing without that. It's like secondhand embarrassment. It's gross.
We can all breathe together.
And no, Joe, I can't breathe.
Perhaps the most heartbreaking detail is the decision Charles made to try and make his marriage work. He truly believed in reconciliation, and he really loved Lori, his wife. He took his wife back into his life, and in a text to his attorney, Taylor, he wrote, quote, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins," unquote. These were.
So was that the origin of the love always wins, or had he said it before that?
No. I picked it up right there in an email, that email. And it stood out to me so obviously. And it encompassed everything about my uncle because, nailed it. Yeah, I couldn't have said it I didn't say it any better. He said it, and then I took what he said and I've applied it. Tried to. And I remember people in some chat rooms, they were like, obviously love didn't win, that kind of thing. And I'm just like, it's not about that. It's like at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, at the end of my life, it's the only thing that matters. And I feel he said it, and I feel like he applied that to his own life, to his own family, to his own children, to his own friends, and everyone that he loved, including his wife, who would be the death of him. Love was the death of him. Or, I mean, I understand people are going to be like, well, I'm not, this is overall at the end of the day, like, it's all that matters. You can't take anything with you. And he was a good example of this.
Yeah. And like I told you the other day when we were hanging out, that's one of the questions I wish I would have had to ask your mother when she came up to the microphones for the press conference afterwards. What is it that Charles always said? Love always wins.
Uncle Jerry remembered it the last time, I think it was the last time. And Mom's like, oh yeah. I mean, it's like different, we all take different routes, and they don't know where I picked that up at. They don't know. And I don't know if I didn't even ask if it's something he said, because it was something he said. It was something he wrote when he was taking his evil wife back. Not, just whether it was a moment of weakness, whether it was a moment of convenient, I don't know what it was. I just know, what I like, what my uncle made me like, what I felt like when I was around him. And it was love. It was no judgment, no hypocrisy or I'm better than you. He made me feel seen, acknowledged, like I mattered, valid.
He was like the anti-Cox. He was the anti-Cox.
Anti-lore whore, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the anti-Cox. That's a really good word. Anti-Cox. Right. Hey, Chris.
The words of a man clinging to hope, a hope that ultimately led him to his death. Tylee, my step cousin, was a bright and blossoming young woman full of life and potential. Even though our family connection was through marriage, she was our family connection. I'm sorry. She was always considered one of us. I remember her vibrant energy and her protective nature towards JJ. It reminds me of how I am with my brother Todd. She had dreams of traveling the world and truly living life. She possessed a unique spirit and a kindness that radiated from her. When Tylee disappeared, the initial worry quickly turned into agonizing fear. We desperately hoped for her safe return, clinging to any shred of possibility. The eventual news of her murder was soul-crushing, a stark and brutal end to a life that had barely begun. The pain of knowing her potential was extinguished so violently, it's unbearable. We mourn the experiences she will never have, the milestones she will never reach, and the person she would have become. The world is undeniably darker without Tylee's light. And then JJ, my nephew, my only nephew, was a sweet and innocent little boy who brought immeasurable joy to our family. Joshua Jackson Vallow was born Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born to my brother Todd Trahan and his longtime girlfriend Mandy Leger.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how Judge Bareski
reacted? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm paying attention. Like I'm hearing what you're telling me about JJ.
I'm engaged. Yes. You're valid. This is the first time I've ever and I mean, this isn't about me. This is about them. This is about Charles. This is about, and I kicked myself in the ass because I didn't say anything about Brandon. It's just all these things, and you're like, oh yeah. But I also have this channel, and I've been able to share, all the things that I learned, all the things that we research here. It's very difficult. but I always try to center back, and I'm not saying I'm always successful at this, but I always try to center back on Tylee, JJ, Charles, Tammy, Joe, Brandon, and all the other victims that are named and unnamed, found and unfound. You know, like I've learned so many things through this. I don't, this is probably a saying somewhere, but I remember saying it, and my friend Sue Ellen, she was like, "Oh my God, say that again." And I was like, "What?" I won't remember it. And I was like, to turn and look the other way is to silence another victim. And I just don't want to be part of that system that enables more victims, you know, to be silenced, to be never found, to be victimized, to not be seen, to not be heard.
And I think this brings us all the way back to what we talked about at the beginning tonight. I think Trina K feels the same way, which is why she doesn't want to let Melanie off the hook. Because to turn the other way
is to silence
another victim.
Those 4 little kids, they were so close. They have no idea. And I mean, I hope they don't ever know how close.
I don't want
but
to.
I mean, this means that they're still being brought around the Cox family. This 50-50 shared custody. How often does Melanie visit Grandma and Grandpa Cox? I mean, that is serious, scary to me. I just want Brandon and Jenny to not have to deal with the psychopath, narcissistic, in my opinion, biatch. Okay. And like, I don't want Melanie to harm her children mentally. I believe that, oh my God, that's so damaging. Just that in and of itself. And if Melanie was slandering Brandon the way that she did, victim blaming, victim shaming, projecting, what's that? Darvo? Deny. Oh God.
Gosh darn it, you're going to make me Google it
I
again.
know. I'm going to have to keep a post-it right here.
Deflect, deny, attack, reverse victim and offender.
I didn't have the attack part.
Attack, reverse victim and offender.
Yeah. Yeah. And just to project these weird, whatever, like to demonize them, to say Joe is a pedophile, to say that Brandon is gay, when all the while, you know, Alex is Googling trannies. I'm just saying, but then he's marrying Zalema. It's just weird. I'm not shaming him for that either, but it's just, I am shaming him for Googled it around murders. Okay. And they're like going to the temple, a place of alleged worship. And it is a holy place to a lot of people who they also don't respect. Anyways, while they're judging everybody, and then the bitch gets up and says, "Ye shall not judge me." You know, yeah, ye shall, because ye are in a courtroom and ye put ye self there. Okay. Word to Moroni. Right. Oh, wait, what did I say? Oh my gosh. Don't be like Nephi, will be the front, and the back will say, "You have been told." Instead of, wait, what did she say? I will be like Nephi, and so will you. Anyway, so that's what, anyways. Like, girdle up your loin. Wait, girdle up your loins, y'all. Remember that?
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Y'all, I haven't shed any tears. That's weird.
A stark and brutal end to a life that had barely begun. The pain of knowing her potential was extinguished so violently, it's unbearable. We mourn the experiences she will never have, the milestones she will never reach, and the person she would have become. The world is undeniably darker without Tylee's light. And then JJ, my nephew, my only nephew, was a sweet and innocent little boy who brought immeasurable joy to our family. Joshua Jackson Vallow was born Canaan Todd Trahan.
Hooker.
He was born to my brother Todd Trahan and his longtime
Oh, there.
girlfriend Mandy Leger in Lake Charles, Louisiana on May 25th, 2012. He was 10 weeks premature and he had drugs in his system.
My mouth was going.
I remember pacing the halls of the labor and delivery floor to see what his prognosis was. And I remember praying and reaching out to friends on social media to ask them to pray too. I remember him having tubes and wires coming out of his tiny little body to help him reach stable balance. My nephew smashed my own doubts and fought so hard to come into this world.
Mm.
And it's no surprise to me to learn how he fought all, for his life to stay in this world. When his mother, his uncle, and his mother's side piece preyed on a 7-year-old autistic boy and snuffed him out. Think about that.
That was so powerful to me. Like just those 30 seconds. Like talking about him struggling to live.
He did.
And to survive.
I didn't
and then
know.
Being preyed upon.
Yeah. Yeah. Why did they adopt JJ? Why did she have to, if she knew she's this evil person, she's this sadistic person. Yeah, I guess that's part of it though, huh? I can't even finish that.
And he's such a pain in the ass. Like
yeah,
he's such a pain in the ass.
He got to where she said it so many times. He's so big, he's strong. She basically couldn't handle him anymore. She couldn't like manhandle him anymore, is what I'm thinking. Because she said it so many times. He's big, he's strong, you know. He threw a fit on and so I remember my Uncle Charles, whenever him and Lori were going through their bullshit when she left for however many, 72 days, 78 days, whatever it was. And he was at my mom's office / shop, and I was cleaning I was detailing a high top we had, for the fleet. I love to work physical work. It wears me out instead of my mind. And so I remember having it halfway pulled up into the bay, and Uncle Charles is sitting right over there, and he's just like scrolling on his phone. And you could tell, I could tell he was lost in the sense that, oh God, he's had Lori by his side for 13, 14 years now. He's had his family by him, always around them. That's gotta be hard. Just that mere fact right there of just, what do I do with myself now kind of thing. But he never stopped being a dad to JJ. When JJ would start to detach or whatever, have meltdowns, I watched my uncle, squat down to JJ's eye level. He held him by both shoulders, and he just talked to him so calmly, and he stared. He looked him in the eyes. He grounded him. He made him feel safe. He brought him back to this earth. He brought him back here. It's okay. And he was just so soft and kind and calm with JJ. And
that's what every autistic child needs in their life.
Depends on
100%, like to survive, to progress, to grow, to become an adolescent and then an adult. Like that's your Uncle Charles was exactly what JJ needed in his life.
That was a beautiful part of Nancy Joe's interview. I will go find the clip, because she says that JJ was Charles's love of his life. Like whomever was going to be in Charles's life would just have to accept that. I believe Nancy Joe was that person. I believe that she saw that. I mean, that not everybody sees that kind of thing. but it makes me think about what my mom said, a long time ago, where she said, no, I mean, it was after all this broke loose, but she said that Charles, no, I don't know if it was Charles, but she said that Lori never celebrated JJ's milestones like Charles did. A, B, C, D, E. I mean, just that whole thing, doing his ABCs with him. That's a milestone, right? But Lori didn't celebrate those milestones with JJ. She didn't celebrate her child that she adopted. That to me is extra because she went over and above. Why didn't she wreck her womb again? Like, why didn't she have another? I'm not saying that. I'm just being an asshole. But I do wonder why she didn't have any more children. That's comes with the culture, I wonder if there's issues there. And if so, what? Wine fire? I don't know. Okay, I'm being really snotty. I gotta turn my air conditioner off again.
Later burying him in a shallow grave in the backyard of her future husband's property. As an autistic child, he had unique challenges, but also unique gifts. His infectious giggle, his love for dinosaurs and planes, and his need for a routine or memories we will forever cherish. I saw a video where he would line up his plushie toys and he would play the drums for his audience. It was so cute. Okay, sorry. My mouth is so dry. I'll never, oh, wait. Or how he sang on my parents' 56 passenger bus and then was joined by his Papa Larry to sing to one another. I'm also blessed to have captured this interaction on film that day. I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him? Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself.
Say what?
Tanya, I'm sorry. Tanya says Kresha's too damn old to have any more kids. Right. This is Megan's part right here. And I just had to throw it in because, again, she sent it to me at like 7:20, 7:30 in the morning. I was getting dressed. I had to drive there. And I mean, it was just go. I didn't have time to sit down till I sat in that jury box. And so I was really throwing things together. And so that's why there's no good transition here. But I also wanted to get as much of Megan's part in there. I wanted to get this meat in there. I wanted Lori to hear it, and I wanted it to go in the record. And I didn't realize all that till like all at one time. It was just like, oh, okay. So I kind of was gonna. That's why I didn't say it first. Like, this is for Megan. I didn't want to be stopped. I just wanted to go. Okay, that was Megan. And then I even text Megan after I was done. I was sitting in a jury box. I could see her in the front row. And I was like, girl, I'm so sorry. I didn't do your talk any justice. I mean, it's just so fast and it's so, I kind of liken it to like, it's so noisy in your head sometimes because there's so many things going on at one time. Lori didn't bother me whatsoever. I mean, besides her faces, but you can't fix stupid. I'll just say that.
What does that mean?
Lori, you can't fix stupid. Like,
okay.
I'm like
Thank
so
you.
over her. This is like,
Yeah.
just, I wanted to.
She is too. Like,
I wanted Megan to feel also seen, like I wanted her words to get in there too. I know that she would have done it for me. I respect her
stay
and
in
love
this
her.
world.
I do.
When his mother, his uncle, and his mother's side piece preyed on a
I love that.
7-year-old
His
autistic
mother's
boy
side piece.
and snuffed him out. Think about that. Later burying him in a shallow grave in the backyard of her future husband's property. As an autistic child, he had unique challenges, but also unique gifts. His infectious giggle, his love for dinosaurs and planes, and his need for a routine or memories we will forever cherish. I saw a video where he would line up his plushy toys and he would play the drums for his audience. It was so cute.
Larry loved that.
Okay, sorry. My mouth is so dry.
It was going inward.
never-
I look stupid.
Or how he sang on my parents' 56-passenger bus and then was joined by his papa Larry to sing to one another. I'm also blessed to have captured this interaction on film that day. I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him?
Yep, raised successfully.
Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life.
I'm reading. I'm like, oh,
She was
this
always
is not-
told.
I know it's not keeping with the theme, and I'm like, okay, how far am I going to go with this?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
and I didn't know what she wrote. I didn't get to read it first. Like I just,
you're reading this raw.
This is
raw
all.
read.
I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, and I even saw down the way where it's like Megan is talking about her own abuse, you know, and I'm like, I'm not claiming her abuse, you know, like I was all these things going on in my mind, and I'm like, okay, just wrap that up. Credit Megan, you know, I didn't even say Connor because I was just like, oh, it was crazy.
You
So
know
I
what?
had to conclude, you know.
As visceral as Lori's reaction was to Larry's statement, I think this right here may have just as much like emotional impact on her, like lasting, like sitting in her prison cell by herself. She will hear these words.
It either resonates or it doesn't. And
right.
It goes with the rest of the themes that we've learned, that I've learned, how she told Tylee that Tylee was Stacy reincarnated. Wait, am I saying that right? Yeah. And then Chad Daybell's belief, he told Zalema that JJ was going to come back as one of Colby's future children. This is what these people believe. This isn't just the Cox family, in my opinion. This is also the Daybell family, at least Chad, because he said it to Zalema. And so Janice, Lori became Lolly. That's that thing that clicked for me. And I was listening to Megan. It was a live stream that she had did, but I was late, so it wasn't live. And she was what do you call that? Summarizing the trial day that day. And it was anyway, so I'd always heard Lolly at lollytime at iCloud.com all throughout the Idaho trials. But Trina said lollytime forever. And it at gmail.com. And I was like, huh. And I text Megan and I was like, by chance, do you think maybe Janice told Lori that she's Lolly, like reincarnated, because she came after Lori? I'm just saying. And it tracks with the belief of Stacy being reincarnated into Tylee, and then JJ being reincarnated into Colby's future kid. It's whack, whatever. I'm just saying, like, there's a pattern there. I notice patterns. That's what I do, without even knowing it sometimes. And Megan was like, "Oh, that one's difficult," you know. And I was like, "It sounds just as crazy coming out of my mouth. It really does. Like, that's not normal. I've never had that kind of conversation with my mom." Or I don't have any sisters, but you know what I'm saying? Like we never had these kind of conversations.
Yeah. I
I don't
actually
know if it's
have.
wrong, right, or indifferent. I just know that the way that they're applying it, the way that Lori applied it, is not right. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And it's like Lori, and then she checked out and said, F off, F my life. I'm done. And I'm not going to be a mom anymore. I'm not going to be a wife anymore. And she threw in the towel and she became Lolly. It's like it's like a persona, or I don't know. It also reminds me of Melanie Boudreaux, how Steve Cope said that Melanie went to go stay with Stacy. I mean, Stacy and Melanie went to California, I think, to stay with the Coxes. And he said his daughter came back different, weird.
Right.
She was acting like a little boy. She was like, call me Bobby, call me AJ and Alex. Something's going on there. Okay.
She was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body. She convinced herself that she never lost Lolly.
Hey,
but that
hold
Lolly
on.
was so special. She was
so sorry. This reminds me of what Rex and Adam are doing.
Oh my gosh. Oh yes. Wow.
Reincarnation type shit or whatever.
What a
Same concept.
What a connection. I hadn't even made that connection until that.
Try being in my brain. It's crazy up in here. I think so. That's what I just kind of felt.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I'm going to cuss on my channel.
It's like Alex is being born into a new AI body. Right? Ooh.
He gets another dispensation.
Oh my God. Thus saith the Lord. Told you I'm awkward. I told you. Oh my God. No, that's pretty. Let's listen to that one more time because I mean, that's what it felt like.
I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him? Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life. She was always told she was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body. She convinced herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was convinced.
I could almost hear your brain going.
Because I mean, it really does. It's like the same theme. It's just Lolly was born into Lori's body, taking her autonomy, and then here's Alex. I'm serious, being born into AI, and is like Janice is to Lolly and Lori, as Alex. I mean, as Adam and Rex are to Alex. It's like
it's mind-boggling.
Shit's deep, man.
But they just made it deeper. They like voluntarily submitted themselves to making the shit deeper.
Yeah.
That she was Lolly.
Without even knowing.
But the reality is that Lolly was lost.
Oh, wow.
The hard truth is that sometimes infants die. And there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better. Yeah. Sometimes babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that. And so instead, she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body.
Alex, dude.
She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but
So that part was new to me.
Me too. Well, I mean, because I suspect that happened to her too. I suspect she was violated. And I think I didn't hear it in Leah Satili's book because I was skipping around chapters, but I will refresh myself with that because that's where I do believe that's where I remember hearing it. It might have been John Glatt's book, but it was a friend of Lori's that had talked to one of the authors that had shared that Lori had shared with her when they were younger a violation of some type. And I mean, I think Adam has admitted
it makes
does.
perfect sense to all of her behaviors as an adult.
Yeah. With the baby voice and
yep.
And it's generational. It's generational and it affects almost every family. You can't throw a rock without it, hitting another doorstep where this has happened as well. And this community, this system breeds this, and then they protect this. That's the one, there's so many more, but this one is the one that's relevant. And yeah, forgive and forget. Forgive and forget.
Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life. She was always told she was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body.
And Alex was always Lori's
She convinced
protector.
herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was convinced.
Judge Boreski is not breaking eye contact with you at all.
I know. I felt it and I saw it at times. I was like,
it's like, that.
He's like, God, that girl's mouth is going inside. She needs somebody get her water.
Trina K, don't you have a water over there? I'm saving that for K. I'm saving the water for K.
Yeah. And Mom's like, oh boy.
That she was Lolly. But the reality is that Lolly was lost. The hard truth is that sometimes infants die. And there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better. Sometimes babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that. And so instead, she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body. She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but the memory of it lives in her cells, and she can't ignore because those feelings come for her, and they find her in the quiet moments she wishes would go away. I know what it. Okay.
Judge B is like, wait a second, did you write this or did Megan write this?
Yeah. Yeah. The girl in the yellow dress next to the red dress lady.
Yeah, we gotta watch her left hand right here. We gotta watch your left hand right here.
Uh-oh.
I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing.
Why you didn't go back to his Mason's?
Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual. Herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special, she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was
She's in our
convinced
buzzing
that she was Lolly. But the reality is that Lolly was lost. The hard
Yep.
truth is that sometimes infants die, and there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better.
You know, just personal note, my mom had a miscarriage in between. So I have 5 brothers and sisters. So there's
Wow.
6 of us. In between number 3 and number 4, there was a miscarriage. And
Okay.
number 4, the one that was right after the miscarriage, is the most devout LDS of all of us siblings. Just interesting story, interesting thought.
As long as it's not, as long as they're aware of what as long as they're informed about what they are feeding, empowering, basically. That's my thing. If they're not aware, then you just have to do a little, you got to plant seeds, dude, and then just water them. You know?
Well, I sent you a text message that he sent me the other day.
Oh, really? Well,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
that was
doing good. You just can't get aggravated. You're throwing the life raft and you're like, run, it's on fire. And they're like, what? I mean, it's
abandoned
really,
ship.
why can't you just leave the church alone? And you're like, run. Yeah. Because that's what you do.
Because of the wonderful things we does.
You throw the life vest. You help save others is what you do. Yeah. I mean, as they're saving
Sometimes
themselves.
babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that. And so instead, she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body. She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but the memory of it lives in her cells, and she can't ignore because those feelings come for her, and they find her in the quiet moments she wishes would go away. I know what it, okay, sorry. I'm going to skip. That was, I'm crediting Megan for that. Here's the final plea for justice. The actions of the defendant have systematically dismantled families, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable grief and trauma. My family, especially my mother and my brother, have endured unspeakable pain because of these actions. We lost a brother, a son, and a nephew.
It makes sense.
And the lingering fear and sorrow inflicted are a constant heavy burden. I implore this court to impose the maximum sentence possible. The defendant deserves to spend the rest of her life incarcerated, held accountable for every life stolen, every heart broken, and every family destroyed. Her calculated cruelty has earned her nothing less than the hardest consequences. Let justice finally be served for Charles, Tylee, and JJ, and I can't forget Tammy. My uncle Charles's last words to his attorney about taking his wife back were, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins." In his memory and for the countless lives impacted by these horrific crimes, I hope that justice for once truly wins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. I hugged my brother and I sat down, and then Mom got up and she went to go get in the witness stand. She went and stood there and she got her computer ready, and I'm saying it's like she just kind of she strong-armed Lori. Like I don't know how to I'm gonna have to come up with the right descriptors there because it's something that my mom did that I noticed about her, and I was like, it's kind of like I got you now, and but not like sadistic or evil or mean, just like, okay, this is my arena, ding ding, like I don't know, it's I saw like endurance with my mom. I saw what's that other word? Persistence. My mom is very persistent. Okay, for sure. That's how I got to this earth. She's very strong minded, strong willed, strong, headstrong. When she sees something, she wants, she goes after it. She's very ambitious. She's precocious. She's all those things. And I don't know. It was just it was really healing to see my mom face her and get to say what the hell she wanted to say. That was healing all in it. I mean, and same for Todd, same for all of them. And I'm not even related to the Boudreaux and, or Brandon. But it's healing. The whole thing. This has been the most healing thing I've ever experienced throughout this entire thing. I'm so real tired, resilient. Yes, thank you. Reverent. My counselor told me one. She was like, "You're the most resilient person I know." And there's a lot of us out there just like that. Like when you fall, when you hit, when you hit your knees and you're like crawling, and you have like there is no other choice, right? You only know just to get back up, dust your damn knees off, don't cry, at least not too hard, and then or you'll do it later. But you just have to keep going. You have to because you don't know any other way. That's like survival mode. Like you just one foot in front of the other, and you'll worry about all the other stuff later.
You've been doing that for 6 years, Kresha. You've been doing that for 6 years, and you got some form of the ability to address it and get some closure.
Yeah, this helps me process it. Y'all help me. You help me process this. Chat helps me process this, and even maybe form some new quote unquote revelations. That is very wicked, wickedly similar with the Laura Lee and Adam and Rex, y'all. I mean, I think so. Maybe I'm kind of, I don't know. I think it sounds very similar. Do you really, or are you just telling me that? Do you see that there's like, I mean, no, I want to know because it's like, I don't know. I really think so.
Yeah. No, your statement was healing for a lot of people.
Good.
Whether you believe it or not, whether you want to believe it or not, your statement was healing for a lot of people because it brought receipts, but it also brought raw emotion, and it brought your Uncle Charles to the table, and JJ and Tylee.
It's like we all have different roles in this battle. That's one really amazing thing to watch. We all have the same goal, but we all go about it different ways. Each way just as unique and just as important. Maybe not understood by our other family members, but it's like a nod, like I appreciate what you're doing. Like it's like fighting for family and fighting for justice and fighting for their voice and fighting even for your own voice sometimes in this, like because it's so you lose yourself. You do.
Yeah, and you can lose yourself in the fact that you're a victim, and there are a bunch of other victims too, and some of the victims are worse off than you are, and all of the victims are worse off than I am, but I still feel for them, and I still know them and love them, and I've grown to know them and love them through you. I've grown to know JJ and your Uncle Charles through you. And your role is different, and your mother's role was different, and Todd's role was different, and Brandon's role was different, and Jennifer's role was different.
All needed.
Yeah, 100%. 100% all coming together in one beautiful moment last Friday.
Yeah. I think so too. I mean, that's what love always wins. That's where it's at. This is love.
Sweaty hugs and all.
Not always like beautiful and hearts and stuff. It's real, it's raw, it's life. It's life. Y'all. Real life. Your story. Thank you.
So it's been 4 hours. Are you ready?
Yeah, I just looked at that too, right on the money. 4 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. And we're here for you.
Y'all, we've got a lot to dig into still. And I don't know. As I've always been, I never knew a direction, and that's how it's continuing. So just know there's no direction, no rhyme or reason. I go where my heart leads me. I go where I feel I need to go. I open whatever book, look at a website, whatever, I just kind of go. And that's what we talk about. It's all difficult.
Caitlin, thank you so much, Caitlin.
Get you some snacks. Yeah,
thank you,
y'all,
Puzzle
Joe's a good
Pieces.
cook, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, Puzzle Pieces. Thank you,
Look
Puzzle
at
Pieces. Thank you, Treva. Lovek. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, everybody.
Whew. I'm
Thank you,
tired.
Kat.
That's good. That's therapeutic too. This is
It
therapeutic.
was like I don't feel like exhausted like I've been up all night. I feel like exhausted like I've done some mental, emotional
Yeah,
therapy
a
type
deep
of stuff.
cry.
Yes.
Like
right.
a relief.
I didn't ugly cry, not this time. Maybe next time.
Oh man.
All right. Chat mods, thank you everybody. Kresha, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for allowing me to join you.
Thank you.
And
Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, Joe, and Brandon. Love always wins.
Love always wins.
You're proof of that.
Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news and all about true crime. We can make a difference if we put in the time. If we put in the time. Yeah. Good evening. Come and find you a seat. Grab yourself a cup of joe and put up your feet. Let's talk about the latest news. true crime.